Oh, god damn it. I was muted? Oh, I'm so mad. I was talking about so much stuff. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you guys and everything you do for me. Because if I wasn't for you guys, I'd be... Oh, it's so bad. Damn it. Alright, well, we were talking about, like... Alright, let's wrap up. Let's... I'm making screens right now. I gotta get my guest on eventually. I think my stuff is really cool, and I don't appreciate it until I'm on webcam showing it to a bunch of people. Because, like, to me, this is normal, and then I stream it to people, and I'm like, maybe this isn't normal. And then... do I need a wipe? Yeah, please, thank you. Wait, do I have something on my face? Is that what you're trying to control it? I was eating Taco Bell quesadillas, and I like to get extra sauce, so like you might unironically be right unless you're actually getting me. Okay, good. All right, sick. Joke. That's fine. I love my stuff. It's normal for me, but then I stream it to people. I'm like, wow, you know what? I'm just cool as fuck. That being said, I was talking about my current addictions. Maple Story is still one of them, and I was talking about a current musical addiction of mine. I don't consider myself like a big literally a musical guy, in terms of like, you know, let's think Wicked or Lion King or like Cats. But I've been so addicted to this one soundtrack. It's called Epic, and it's basically this guy made a whole soundtrack as if it was a musical based on the Odyssey, which is from Odysseus, the Battle of Troy, all the way to Ithaca, where he, like, you know, he does the challenge, does the bow, and shoots through 12 axes. Oh, it's so good. Look it up. It's called Epic Official Concept Album. It's by Jorge Rivera, and then I don't really know how to say the last name. I'm just a man, dude. I love. Oh my god, we can yap about this. I love. Was it Come Little Wolf or something? Oh my god, Come Little Wolf is so good. Monster's so good. Obviously the challenge is like the one that's like super popping off. Everyone loves the challenge. The one where Open Arms. Open Arms might be my favorite. I realized that my camera's like kind of off for my positioning, and I'm like, okay, right here, okay. Let's just, no. All right, I'm still not center. What am I doing? Good enough. We're gonna go with good enough. Oh god, it's so good. If you haven't, if you're like, if you just kind of like vibe with like musical stuff, but like, you know, if you just vibe with musicals in some way and you love like Greek stuff, listen to it. It's an Epic official concept album. Like, so good, so good. That being said, you guys are here for Digimon. How's everyone's Digimon week? That's another point I was trying to talk about. Like, I talked about appreciating my lurkers. I talked about just appreciating my lurkers because I'm a lurker. So if you guys are out there, don't ever feel like you need to comment. I will find a way to fill the air regardless of comment sections or not, because I just appreciate. I'm a lurker. I don't feel the need to comment, and I understand that place people come from. One locals with Barba. Oh, did you take like Barba what with all the fish stuff? What was your main deck? Like, I assume you played more than Barber and Barber X. Did you play the option? What was it? Was the share this? What's the recipe, bro? Give me those 12 herbs and spices. You know what I'm saying? That being said, I have to finish a screen or two, and I gotta get my guest on. So let's see. I'm gonna download this. Mollusk base. Okay, so you're using all the squid and clam stuff, invertebrate stuff, I guess we can say. What are your level 5s? With BT11 Blue Marimon. Got it. Oh god, I gotta like floss. I have like something stuck on my t-shirt. Mollusk base. Yeah, I mean, like, you have the whole X line except for the 5s, so like it's so like, oh I don't know, we were watching it, was it Monday? Someone was playing the Barbamon, and there was there was interesting stuff, but the guy that we ended up streaming played great, played fine. Cool deck. It just, he bricked. Both games he bricked. He bricked on, like, one game he bricked on 4s or something stupid, or rookies or something stupid. Like, it was just like, oh, I was so mad. I was so upset mentally. I was distraught at, like, because you just don't want to see that happen. 2 Blue Mara, 4 Marine Devi, and 2 Ferris. Oh, Ferris is like that weird red devil guy. I never quite remember what he does, but I know what you're talking about. Let's see, can I get Prowler down? Alright, that was wrong. I downloaded the wrong thing. It's frustrating. Okay, download, thick. I'll get in there slowly. Is any decks anyone want to see right away? I'm sitting here praying I see another Deep Savers player. Would love to see another Deep Savers player. But I'd like to see the progression of that deck moving forward, because I genuinely believe after the display we had during the Eggman tournament, it might just be the best. It might come, like, not counting Gallantmon, but it might just be the best deck minus Gallantmon to come out of EX08. And I guess you have to, like, it depends on if you include the Talmon stuff, because technically it impacts Talmon loop in the future, but we don't have it like, let's just forget about Talmon for now. Like, it's just not, it's not fair to think about it right now. But I think Deep Savers might just be the best deck to come out of EX8. Congrats the win with Barba. Yeah, no, that's sick. How many rounds? No, I don't want to ask that. I don't want to induce deniable plausibility. It's like, something I despise is when, like, you achieve something and then people are like, it was at locals though, or it was like a 3-round tournament though. Oh, yeah, no, well, you didn't have to say it. But, like, it's just like, was it the plausible deniability that gets added when you're just like, oh, it was just the locals, or it's just like, I don't, like, you still won. Like, what, is your locals just that free? I mean, come on, the internet, like, I like, here's a pet peeve of mine. I really don't like when people kind of, and I know some, like, you guys know what I'm talking about, like, it doesn't get really talked about in, like, the YouTube scene, or like, yeah, I guess, like, the YouTube scene, but you see it in comment sections a little bit, and you'll see it, like, probably when you're discussing at your locals, and so it's like, it's just like this, like, errant, like, ego. I don't want to call it ego, but it's just like this belief that, like, certain regions are worse than other regions. Like, people will be like, oh, South America topped with Shine Greymon again, look how bad how bad those players are. And I'm like, that just, like, I don't vibe with that, man. Like, that person still had to play a 7-round tournament. Like, the internet's not free, but once you have the, like, unless you go to the library, but, like, information is so, we have such an insane access to information no matter what part of the country you are in, or world you are in, that, like, we all know what's good. Like, everybody knows, like, everyone, like, it's not a secret. Like, no region is, like, not mentally prepared for medieval Gallantmon at this point, for example, and everyone's becoming aware of that card. Everyone's aware of Talmon coming. Everyone's aware, like, so to just, like, discredit a region is, like, skill level or something. It's just kind of like, and maybe the, like, I think, like, the common thing is like, oh, you just see them misplay all the time, and I'm like, that's not, like, I don't know. We, like, everybody misplays the same, and then, like, on top of that, like, something I think people don't give value to is when, like, remember, like, here, all our cards are in English. The entire Western market, our cards are in English. Doesn't matter if you're Brazilian, Hispanic, Brazilian, or every other part of South America except, like, the parts that, I think there might be, I think there's a country that speaks French. Am I crazy? Why do I believe that? I believe that in my head. So, like, whatever. Who else is excited to be going from Galaxy Mirage to Galaxy Gallantmon? Canada speaks French. So it's like people are playing with cards that's not even their first language. Like, that's rough. And like all of Europe, like Europe is crazy. Like I still can't like the thing that will, as an American, ignorant American, Europe will always confuse me in the sense that like for us, just traveling through Florida, if I did that same event, like if just going from like southern Florida to Orlando, right? Or let's say Georgia, like in Europe, you're crossing like 6 countries. Like I'm exaggerating, but like you get what I'm trying to say. Like traveling states is the equivalent of traveling countries. And when you're traveling countries, it's just like culture, language. I guess they all have the euro, but you get where I'm going with this. Like it's wild. That idea is like, to me, is like foreign. And I think to most Americans it's foreign, right? It's like that in Southeast Asia. What part is like that in Southeast Asia? Oh, the fact that they have to play with like Japanese cards, but they don't really like, that's not their language for the most part. Like maybe I'm conflating a little bit, but you like the general idea. Oh yeah, except Britain. Yeah, the whole like I'm admittedly very ignorant on the whole Brexit thing. I think I was, when it happened or as it happened, I was just like, man, I got my own life to deal with. Like I can't be worrying about Europe, you know? Unfortunately, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. Like, oh, Daniel, man, that's what I've been saying about the Galaxy stuff. They're just going to find another level 6 to abuse. It's just gonna happen, man. And I don't want to be like, I don't want to be sitting here like Thanos being like, well, it's all inevitable. It all comes back to me. But like, come on, like I've been saying that, like, right? Like I feel like I have video evidence. All right, I gotta get Tessero on. Tessero's our guest. Woo, Tessero! I'm very excited. I feel guilty putting him on like multiple levels. Like I feel like I'm robbing people of his stream content, for example, getting Tessero on. But this is his socials, right? In fact, fun behind the scenes of these, this is the first time I have to use the Twitch icon on my stuff, which is amusing in itself, because as far as I'm aware, Tessero doesn't really do YouTube, but he's also like one of our our first exception to my like 1 month rule of content creation, because he does make content. It's just on Twitch instead, so it kind of like, you know. I gotta get Tessero on. We'll get there. I'm getting there, I promise. Unfortunately, you're right. The biggest problem for us, I'm from Brazil, is not card language, is the money. Yeah, and then yeah, like importing into the southern regions is rough, and like not everyone has access to everything. It gets really like lame. And then like I don't know how to feel about that kind of stuff, because like it's like let's say it's just harder for X country to get have players with a playset of Gallimon X, for example, and then players from North America, because this happens in One Piece, players from North America fly in with their like essentially cheaper product, air quotes for anyone audio only, and then they come in, dominate the tournament, and like it makes me wonder, it's like how much is North American dominance in other region or other places due to just like card access, and then on top of that, not only just card access but player, their entire player base has card access. So like, you know, like you go to, let's say, Brazil, like, you know, it's less common for your opponent, my camera is by, I guess, a player is less common to have for a playset of Gallimon X, so your field in general is kind of weaker. So then like your deck, like your deck strength is on like a different level on average. So then the highly optimized NA deck comes in and then just like claps. But like, is that a thing? Like, I don't know. Like, this is like cardboard theory. I don't like. I'm not saying anything I'm saying is right. I'm just like running down the rabbit hole of like just thinking. If that makes sense. Tessera, we gotta get Tessera. Fuck. Oh my god. I gotta get Tessera. I'm trying to get. Don't distract me. Ah. Where are? Oh my goodness. Where I'm gone. It's over. It's just over. I'm promising we get him. Maybe I'll learn how to spell it one day. I swear to God, it's actually easy too. Like it's spelled the way it sounds. Okay. All right. We're getting there. Okay. We're locking in. Soon. The package is entering the building eventually. We'll get there. Unfortunately, the biggest problem, Mirage should be banned regardless if the engine is rotted. I mean, fair. That's a fair opinion. I know you point out Galaxy, and I understand. I think you are right. Just want the ban for the ban. I mean, like, yeah, that's fine. Like, that was just a random fun rant. Like, I don't. I gotta be entertaining on some level. Genuine question from a non-humid area player. How bad is the warping down there? The warping depends. Like, cause I'm in Florida, so like we also deal with that. But like, warping in Digimon isn't that bad. If it's more of like cards just kind of come already warped sometimes. Like I remember I went to like a regional in Texas, and then like the regional participation stuff was just like already like. Whoop. I'm like, what? But it's not. Digimon tends to be fine since our card stock is a little thicker. And our homes are just used to the humidity. Like, we're just like, because humidity makes mold, so our houses or our buildings are designed to just kind of limit that. But Pokemon gets it bad and Magic gets it bad. It's just like regardless, like you leave, like I know card shop, I think it's problematic in places like card shops and mostly card shops because they have a lot of stock, but like people are in and out a lot. So if you don't have like a back room with that in mind, like, you know, like you'll see card sorters out in the front lobby or something. Those cards have the risk of warping and bending because they're just, the doors are just constantly opening and closing. There's many people, like, right? There's a lot of moving. So stuff like that. That's my experience as like someone in Florida, but I digress. Card warp is not that bad, actually. For example, from Rio Grande to Seoul, the state was in a drought. I took a flood for card to warp. It took a warp. Yeah, no, actually, like, because South America is so mountainous, I don't think the humidity is crazy in South America. As someone who's from, like, families from Colombia, Medellin in specific, like, I mean, I guess to be fair, they're in the bottom of a mountain, so like there's just like weather's just different.
YOLO.
Oh, we got Tessera. Oh, do you guys hear him? I hope you guys heard him. What's up, Tessera? I'm trying to get your name on the screen. Give me a minute. I can't. My headphones are on the other side of the room or something. But how you doing? They should be able to hear you, for the record. So if you want to yap. Live fixing. Got it. Got that, and then we fix. Trying to make sure you're not named what is currently on the screen right now. There we go.
Actually, yeah, no, this should be here.
Can you hear me, Tessera?
This should be here.
Hello? Hello? Tessera.
Don't this then.
All right, they hear you. They hear him. All right, chat. You hear him. That's great. I'm not convinced he hears me though. So we're getting there. Chat. I wanna. While you can't hear me.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now, Tezero? All right. All right. While you can't hear me, I'm gonna spill some beans on some stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. All right. Here's a secret, chat. Testro, you know how he has that.
I opened up the stream and I can hear you on the stream, but I can't hear you on this.
That's so weird. Okay, maybe that's on me. Or you have me muted? Here, let's see. Alright, so anyway, secret before Testro actually hears me. He has the wizardmon when he's yapping and like waves the wand. I wanted to see if I could get a squirrel just for this video that like lights up or something, just to like kind of like meme. But we didn't get there because I'm chronically lazy. But I can do this. I think it might be on my end, Testro. So let's see if I fix this. Bam, bam. Ah. All right. You hear me, Testro?
I can hear you just fine. There we go.
Right.
Perfect.
All right.
That's probably just a setting.
Yeah, it was on my end. I don't know. Settings just got changed or something. But how are you? Welcome.
I'm good. I'm glad to be here for finally. Let's go.
No, I'm so excited to have you. I've told everyone at this point that you're someone I've wanted, but I also feel bad like denying people content because you're always so great at streaming these events. Not to mention on some level by having you on, I'm costing Eagle money. So there's just some kind of like weird thing on my end.
It's like one participant's $10. I guess it's still $10, but yeah.
$10 is $10.
But I've also been like on this position where it's like I've been wanting to do just more commentating stuff, and I've been too shy to reach out and do and stuff.
No, one thing.
So I'm so happy that you called out to me first. I'm like, yes, I'm so down. I'm so ready for this.
No, something I learned right like at the start of this whole thing was that like people want to reach out, but everyone's kind of afraid of each other, kind of like, oh, I'm not good enough. Like there's like a general like, I want to say imposter syndrome, like a slight imposter syndrome that everybody has. That's just like, I don't want to reach out. Like maybe he'll reach out to me if I'm good enough, and it's like it's not even like that, man. It's just like I'm just trying to get like for me like it's just chat, dude. Like that's all it takes at some point. Just send a message. Everyone I've met so far is like just very receptive at this point. So I think the whole process is scarier than it actually ends up being. Because I was in your seat at one point too. I was just like, man, maybe I'll get noticed. But then you just put your foot in the door and you're already walking in.
Yeah.
But how are you? I never saw you at Nats. That's disappointing. How'd you do? How'd you place? What'd you play?
I didn't place well. What was it? I went 3-3. I don't remember what I placed exactly. It was not a good day for me, to be honest. I think I left Nats pretty early because after that 6th round, well, even before then, I had like this horrible headache for some reason. I think it's just been lack of sleep. So I wasn't feeling well, and then like I played Demon Lords and I lost to some not great matchups. Lost to Imperial, which is winnable, but I didn't see my Ruin modes, which is kind of like imperative for that matchup. And then I lost to Magna X, which also winnable, but kind of winnable only because of Shoto. And then they have the game 3. He figured it out. He found the Juan Kuns that made him unblockable, and then I literally had nothing I could do to stop Magna X's from beating me down. And so at that point it was like, okay, I can only get day 2 if I have no more losses after this, Razor's Edge, still not feeling well, still headache, and then I run into Blue Flare and I just did not have an answer to Blue Flare. I haven't faced that matchup in forever. Yeah, Blue Flare of all things. Like the one thing, it's always those matchups that you like the last thing you expect that you have no preparation for.
It's always in that zone too, right? When you're like on the bubble, that's where you're gonna see a lot of that. Just like, I don't want to call it jank. That's mean, but like just like the off color picks, the off.
Yeah. The more roguish ends of stuff, because Blue Flare is like still a good deck and all, but like it's it's not on everyone's radar for
Right.
sure.
Because it's not
Um,
performing, right? Like just factually, it's
yeah,
not the
yeah,
deck
yeah.
performing. But it's still, if it gets its game plan going, you're cooking.
Hmm. Yeah, and then at that point, I'm like, I'm not feeling well. I'll just drop and then go back, and then you'll just say that it just was not a good day for me to go to Nats this time. And next time I'll just be more ready. I'll come in earlier. I'll try to make sure I'm more,
That's what I was gonna ask.
I don't
Like, how'd
know,
you fly in?
protein,
Were
water,
you like,
food.
what day did you fly in? You flew in the Friday night or something? So.
So I flew in from California, so
Mhm.
I flew Thursday and I reached there Friday morning.
Mhm.
No sleep that overnight flight, by the way. It was just too loud, too many babies crying and stuff. So
That blows.
really tired.
Mhm.
Got there Friday morning, was basically up all Friday getting accumulated, and then I guess like that whole day of no sleep kind of caught up to me there.
That's a
So
bummer, man. I mean, at least you got
yeah.
there. That's more than a lot of people could say, right?
Hmm.
How'd you feel?
Maybe.
How'd you feel about
What's
the
up?
experience as a whole? Like not necessarily your run, but it's like the venue, the tournament organization,
Oh,
and like everything. Like all right. As someone who's competitive, I guess the real question is: as someone who's competitive, how did you feel about, you know, our? I guess like since the tournament was invite only, it was much more. The idea is it's much more exclusive and much more like a much more competitive environment. How did you feel? Do you think that was successful?
yeah, I think that part. I think overall, this year's Nats was much better than last year's, in my opinion.
How so?
Um, I mean, last year's was still pretty good, but
Mm-hmm.
like, I've been to like three Nats this time already,
Mm-hmm.
and they keep getting better and better. The venues keep getting bigger, and they kept putting more and more stuff to do.
Oh yeah.
Like I remember being there like the first year, and like the only other thing to do besides Nats was like they had the gallery of like all the
Oh yeah,
all
yeah.
the card arts, and that was super cool and stuff. But like that was it, right? Maybe I didn't have the time to get in line to get my card signed by Kenji, which you know I'm sad that I missed, but
Yeah,
like
that was cool
again,
that they had
like
that.
that's it.
They also had the
And then
demo, which
they
had like the freakishly long line because they gave everybody like it was like you got like 15 minutes to play the was it next order or something you could play. One of
something
those
like that,
something
yeah.
like that. I'm like yeah,
Yeah, and the
but
next year was bigger and with more participants because it was open, which was kind of a mess because they didn't have, they made it so like invites got like a what was it, the 2 round buy,
yeah,
which was appreciated, but like they did not have like a plan on how to implement that
yeah.
like at all. So that
Hmm.
was kind of a mess. I was running around like constantly anxious on like, okay, you know, do I have my buys? What's going on?
Hmm.
Right? Constantly running around talking to judges is like, is everything good? Am I
Hmm.
am I clear? Right? And then again, I felt like that venue also didn't have a lot much going for it besides the Nats event. And then this Nats completely different story.
There's so
Much
much.
larger,
There's so
much more
much.
things to look at, much more shops to buy at. I really like that there was like a whole
The
because
Gundam
I
things.
like building Gunpla. You can
Yeah, no,
you probably
I
could
got
barely see it.
some.
I have the Gunpla Omnimon back there.
Hmm.
So I appreciate that they had the whole Gunpla store there because they were doing, they're expanding to all of their franchises.
Yeah, it was really
So
nice.
more things to look at, more things to do, more things to buy. So
It's really
overall, just a big upgrade. And I do like that the whole being or invite only meant there was like, I don't know, it felt more crowded when we were open
okay.
because there was like thousands of participants,
Hmm.
and then just having just our invites, there was like 300. Felt
Tighter
we
knit.
were more compact and it was
Hmm.
less crowded, and so I appreciated that as well.
That's an interesting take because for me like the round ones are paired, so we'll figure that out in a minute. But like
Mhm.
my quick response would have to be like I don't even know because like I was there at last Nats. I got in through the open invite. I chronically don't participate in many events, so I don't get my invite too much, right? However, last Nats I had the opposite experience. I was just like, all right, I'm playing my first round, playing my second round, and then we got a lunch break, and then we got to keep playing the rest of the day, and it was wonderfully ran. I felt like it was great, like because that 1 hour break was magical. Got to eat, got to breathe. But I guess first, as someone on your end, you're sitting there watching the tournament happen, and you don't even know if you're getting in, and the system is in your favor at that point.
Right. Yeah, because it was definitely they did not have again the buys planned out beforehand,
Mm-hmm.
so it was a mess of having to like I think we had to like get in line with the other buys to like talk to the judge and like get it sorted. And yeah, so it was,
Um,
you know, yeah, it wasn't great. Again, it was like a year, more than a year ago, so my
mhm.
memory's kind of hazy.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
that part of it kind of stood out to me as something I
Well, yeah, because
remembered
you're
was
sitting there
just
like,
being anxious about whether or not the buys actually went through. I think
so
there's a
yeah,
couple of
instead of getting
glitches
like
too,
two
a couple
hours,
of times.
like instead of getting 2 rounds free, you essentially just like were stressing the whole time, and then, like that kind of affects you
Hmm.
at some level, right? Like that's
Hmm.
kind of shitty. But yeah, no, we'll keep yapping. But uh,
Yeah,
we
let's hop
got
into a
round one.
table.
Yeah, yeah. Let's anyone stand out to you just via name?
Yeah, Marshmallow's a friend of mine. I know he's been trying to make not demon, Dark Masters work. He's been testing with me like yesterday actually to try to
Oh,
get
so
that
let's get
sorted
Marshmallow
out.
because
If
he
you want to
streams
check that
too,
out.
right? He's one of the people that comes here and streams.
Hmm.
All right, so yeah, let's just go in watch him. I fix the screen. Let's go. Let's. Um,
Okay. His opponent just evolved into a Hawkmon. I wonder what he's on. Is this a Sylphie or is it just birds? It's probably birds because he just dropped
oh,
Wings
it's
of Love
definitely
to drop the
birds. Yeah,
Sora. Hmm.
we're transitioning.
Yeah. And of course, his turn one is dropping the Mega Dramon to search to. Curious that he first hatched and did that, so it looks like he wasn't planning to do the end of turn pop itself to place a Dark Masters in the back this turn. But yeah, this deck also just cares a lot about the search that you get from those the level 5 Dark Master support cards. A lot of aces to look for, a lot of your level 7s. Okay. It could be Sylphimon, because it's not like you wouldn't want Sora in a Sylphimon deck. Because there's some synergies. Yeah. I mean, was it an Avian? I think it was a Beastkin, actually. That'd be something that I'd have to add as like a rule accounts as Avian for like a future support. But yeah, Lynxmon does kind of bring it more towards a Sylphimon. What was it? Oh, it's a mythical beast. Okay, Gatsumon could be anything, but Yola Ikari, then that definitely leans us more towards Sylphie. Mm-hmm. Um, Medieval, yeah. He can suspend his own mother for it. And it's super good here because it allows him to lock him if he activates the Tamer start of main phase to play a Digimon, he gets to pop that for free. Yes. Gets a suspend, piercing, blocker. It's just really good synergies here. I don't know how to feel about Mother Shoto. I like Shoto in my Demon Lords because, you know, it lets my Chaos modes be more threatening. But generally, because I've been playing decks that haven't had too many issues into it, I think it's kind of fine because it's just like, okay, it's kind of like how Digimon is already working, where there's like, you have this one deck that sort of counters this like one other deck completely. Just because, like, oh yeah, for example, Imperial doesn't have a lot of outs to Mother Shoto outside of like taking in Hexplows or just stunning their Shotos or whatever. Um, but because a lot of decks they've been including more and more ways to deal with it, even just like more and more ways to remove Tamers or just stun Tamers. It's been kind of fine. Looks like he raw evolved into it, yeah. Ooh, what is this? He evolved into Callusmon from EX08, so he actually gets the bot deck the Shoto this way. So here, like I was talking about, there's more ways to just randomly remove Tamers. Hmm. Yeah, massive alliance here. Ooh, but he did hit Beastly Love of Affection Storm, or whatever it was called. He gets, I think the security effect that is he gets to play a Hawk or Solomon. I believe it's only on your turn, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's. I mean, if he does it, yeah, there's nothing under there for him to partition. Ooh, he is playing it, so he does get to activate the effect. And he's just deleting the Hawkmon immediately. He probably thinks it's more threatening, because the Hawkmon can just evolve up into another threat, and the Callusmon is just a guy. Yeah, he gets to do the on play first, because it's player turn priority. Oh wait, yeah, it's because I forget it's actually Marshmallow's turn. Oh, yeah. He's opting not to do it. Mm-hmm. He's suspending his own Mother Reaper to delete the Callus? Okay. No, because you can. Yeah, he probably could have. No, if he's already suspended because of Medieval being suspended, so he can't Vortex this turn. So he couldn't really clear board if that was the case. But yeah, he just decided to just wait for him to drop that and then do it the way he did it. It probably didn't make too much of a difference in which order they did this. The outcome was more or less the same. It sure does, but player turn priority here, this time for real, he gets to evolve for 1 first into a Harpymon. I believe since Harpymon is an armor, it probably has armor purge, so he has some form of protection here. Yeah. He can still DNA here because that Hawkmon, if I remember correctly, doesn't that have the end of turn DNA effect? So he has to just drop a 4 and he can DNA here. Yeah. Well, he is also holding on to Sora, so if he has a way to trigger the Sora for free, like with another Wings of Love, he could potentially just use that to drop a level 4 without passing turn. I think that's just like a weakness overall of the Sylphie deck, is that because you don't have those memory gain level 4s like Imperial does, you're pretty frequently going to DNA passing turn doing so. Okay. Maybe because you switch scenes. So he did use the Beastly Storm of Affection to drop Gautomon, so he can DNA for 1 less, instead of having to drop it for 4 or 5.
All right,
Puts
we're
him
back.
to 1.
We're back. We're back.
Oh, yeah, this works out. Yeah, because he gets to play the Gato for 3 via the option card, the Tamer gaining a memory lets him keep turn on making this Dinobi. This might not even be Sylphimon at this point, considering both DNA he go into has been so far has been Dinobi.
Dinobi's I kind of like Dinobi more than
yeah.
Sylphimon, regardless. I mean, I don't think the. Oh,
and it's a lot more aggressive too, and it's getting support.
Yeah, to be.
This might just be. He might be like experimenting with different bottom ends for Dinobi, just for like, okay, this is what I'm gonna go for when we get the eventual virus support.
And since like the Tamer playing the Digimon is probably one of the best things about Imperial right now, trying to find your own way to do that is through a different, essentially bottom end, kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just gonna scoop it up. Just can't out pressure the situation of just alliance.
Yeah, the rough part here is he probably wants to swing the Dinobis, but since he's holding up Gigadramon, Marshmallow has a lot of potential aces there. Just could completely ruin game plans.
Yeah, Witch Blow. I mean, we did have the Dino. Like, I mean, what are we afraid of in terms of a black ace? It's mostly just Shadow Serafi now, right?
Shadow Serafi, Vikemon, Mega Gargo are all in his deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Black and yellow both have like the most amount of like potential aces in the game.
That are devastating.
They really focus on those two colors when it comes to aces. They have some of the best too in general.
Yellow,
Especially since black usually gets de-digivolve.
I still think yellow is the most insane one. I mean, I was gonna say that the Dino having no sources kind of protects you from a few of them, but no, it's still probably not enough in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Serafi is still kind of crazy there because like if he swings the sourceless one, you go Shadow Serafi, he de-digivolves the other one. 12k is still blocker, then 8. Yeah, deletes the other one. Yeah, it clears board.
I mean, you might have. We had the Sora and the Sora and Yoli, right? You could have minus DP'd a little bit and potentially gotten more minuses on the Shadow Serafi, so you may not be able to just cleanly block. I think it's minus 2k or is it 3k? Because that changes it, right? Because Dino B is 9k.
Right. I forget what that card does. Let me pull up my dc.dev.
Yeah, it's I forget how much minus it is, but it is minus DP off of the Yoli and Sora.
I forgot it was minus DP. It is minus DP, yeah. I was thinking it was Security Attack Plus, but I was thinking of the option in that case, which he did use the option.
Mm-hmm. So is it minus 2 or 3 on the Yoli? Or...
It's minus 3, yeah. Which I guess that makes you effectively 11k on the 8k Dino B, but that's still not as large as the 12k Shadow Serafi.
Oh, I thought Dino B was 9. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I just assume all good purple 5s are 9 now due to Hell Lugarmon.
Yeah, it's definitely the exception to the rule when anything is 9k. It's such a weird number. Mm-hmm. 8 and 7 is like the typical ones.
Yeah. Links in the back. What's your take on Medieval nowadays? Now that we've actually gotten to play it within our own hands and just kind of see the devastation it's like allowed people to do. Like it's only made Mother Shoto stronger,
it's fine.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's cool. I like having generic options in this game like that. Mm-hmm. Like I know a lot of people complained about Death X back in the day, but I think I really appreciate having Death X in the game.
Yeah,
and
I
just
never
like
saw
what
Death
it
X
does
as a
for
problem.
you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Gatsumon here isn't going to do anything other than pass perfectly because of the Piedmon. Technically, Gatsu would have been good if it wasn't for Piedmon immediately deleting it because Gatsumon, blocks this exact play, the Swart.
It's crazy to me that they allowed these Dark Masters to digivolve into any white level 7. Like it just like felt so. It felt so targeted to Machinedramon for no reason. You know what I mean? Like, because now you just digivolve into any Omnimon or any like if, for example, like our original level 7s were all white in the beginning. Balder, or what's it, Chaosmon, Balder Arm were all white digivolve.
Yeah, all of those.
Omni.
Yeah.
So if anything was a level 7 that could evo on these things, like you could still do it. Mega Seadramon could turn into Omnimon most of them could turn into Omnimon now that I think I'm on.
I think it's because most of these older Omnimons weren't seeing a lot of play in the first place, and a lot of the ones that were seeing play were the ones that evolved specifically off of red and blue. So it's really only Mega Seadra that could go over those.
Well, Zwart, right? I guess I use Omni as a colloquial for all of the Omnis.
Yeah. Zwart is obviously the big
right?
one.
Defeats white as well.
They probably didn't think that this would be an issue. Like this. This is definitely a very outable board. It still passes over a lot. The meta is getting so much faster, much more efficient.
Yeah, this Omni is interesting.
And this is just a unique and interesting way to build decks anyway. They probably just look at this and think this is totally fine. This is not even remotely like a problematic deck to have exist.
I can agree with that. I mean,
like why would you look at this when they have like Royal Knights and 7 Great Demon Lords, right? Which are like intended decks.
Yeah, they're pretty much prepackaged. You play every card they give you for the most part. Rest in peace, Barba.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on Barba X for 7 Demons? Is it worth thinking about? Is it time to bring in the old man into the deck or nah?
Nah. I think Barba X literally has 0 text on him other than activate the 7th Jewel Rises in your trash.
That's fair. Yeah, there's just not enough. There's not no, there's literally no decks that like cause discarding to happen, right? Like like unless it's another purple deck, but like I don't know. I just those cards never felt good to me.
I mean, there's a number of issues. For one, because his effect is the opponent discards or you play a Fallen Angel, and most of the Fallen Angels aren't like super impactful to play for Barba.
And all the support are mollusks for the most part. Like,
yeah, all the good discard support is mollusks. Yeah, oftentimes they just ignore that effect. They just go, okay, I'm not discarding. You're playing almost nothing, or you're playing something that's not impactful. And a lot of these, the lists I've seen are just, again, mostly on mollusks. So they usually don't even have the target because they're running like 5 total targets in the whole deck, or less.
Pass with a Solomon. Oh, that's unfortunate.
But yeah, but 7 Jeweler is a good card, and that's like basically the only reason to even go into Barba X. Yeah, the security trash that comes up is nice, but like, it's unless you like manage to make a massive board off of those free plays, you're not really threatening lethal, and you're usually threatening lethal on a wide board, and more decks than ever have like means to out wide boards.
Yeah, it's not like you're very protected as well, right? No, is it Scapegoat? I
Scapegoat is on regular Barba. You lose it the moment they go into Barba X.
What it is, yeah. Which unfortunate, and yeah, no, Vikemon will delete the. Interestingly,
Vikemon swing to delete, and
so
then Sword can also delete. Just completely cleaning the board here.
The source goes to hand for Sword. Oh, that's so interesting.
Yes, it goes to hand. Yes, because that was how you did the original Lilith loop.
Yeah.
You would go into Lilith. You'd go into Zwart, you get to take back the Lilith to re-evolve into Lilith, to take back your Jack Rates to go into another Zwart. Classic.
Yeah. Oh my god. I know I'm talking to like one of the premier purple players, but I never had fun against Lilith, man. It was either I beat you turn 4 or I get to watch a SpongeBob episode happen in front of me for 15 minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, true.
Like and like it's always like I don't know about you. I don't know about what your gameplay etiquette is, but like people will sit there and gaslight you and they'll be like, I don't know if I haven't, man. 5 more Jack Raid loops later, like I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do it. I just don't have the right pieces. 3 more Jack loops later, I'm like, I don't know. This episode can go another 5 minutes. I think I'm just sitting there crying.
Nah, I'll admit, Caught. I've been guilty of that, and that's because a lot of your comboing is involving drawing in discards and having to like actually draw into So sometimes you do have those games, those hands where it's like
I gotta see.
You can't really tell if you have it, and you just have to go for it and then draw into everything.
Right.
As you do the combo.
No, I get it. I'm even a little bit. It's unfortunate that like it feels like our Dino B player hasn't been able to really achieve their game plan.
It came out for once.
Yeah. Sylphie will get rid of the Lady Devi.
The Lady Devi.
Well, we'll gain the memory and minus 3k the Vike.
I don't want minus 3k because he didn't DNA, I believe. I think no, he did DNA.
Is that not 2 champions? Yeah, because it's the.
No, he went into Gato, into Lux, into Lynx, into just evolving up.
Oh, he evolved the whole way. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, so
he didn't have a means. He didn't have end of turn DNA, so he didn't really have a way to DNA that. And then it just got de-digivolved by machine, and the game is just over here.
Yeah, they just never got their that's what I was gonna say. They just never got their game plan both games. They literally never DNA'd in a DNA deck, so they just kind of struggled. And a little bit of that is probably what off of the back of what Dark Masters was doing. Just never let them have. Essentially, the game 1 with Medieval was gross. Essentially, turning off the tamer, not great. And then on top of that, I guess like I can't even say like they bricked, right? It was just like they were just controlled the whole game and then weren't really allowed to play. Maybe I guess maybe the one fall through is like playing the Gatsu when you know they have a Piedmon in the back, just like that wasn't the best play. Like that's the only like standout misplay to me, where it's like
I think that's fine. I think that was more so I play this 3 cost to put you to 1, without having to give any more memory. I guess so. It might have been like obviously a tamer would have been better, but sounds like he just didn't have a tamer or anything like that.
I guess for me, I still would rather put my opponent, since I know it's something like Dark Masters and all their plays are big. Like I know I'm gonna go to a good amount of memory regardless. So like 1 to 3 is almost tends to be the same. most of the time,
Um,
unless I really want you to put me to like 6 or 5, right? You know what I mean?
I mean,
Which,
yeah, but if you pass them to 3, a lot of their plays are exactly 6, which just puts you to exactly to 3, and so it depends on whether or not your whatever you have set up can play off of exactly 3. And from what
yeah,
I can
I guess it
tell,
depends on what your
his
hand was,
board,
right?
like he had, I think, a level 4 in the back.
Mm-hmm.
He could slam in DNA, but he didn't have the tamer, so he probably wasn't keeping turn on that kind of play. All that sort of like considerations. The fact that he did go into this war meant he was at 5, which did mean that he did have a lot more to work with, a lot more flexibility in making sure that he had the memory to be able to slam a card and then make a DNA play. But it just wasn't. It wasn't happening. He was not seeing the pieces he needed when he needed them.
I just see it. I see it as if we even get to set up one DNA partition, then we actually have a way to push through all of the removal that's happening in some level. You know what I mean?
You'd
Like,
say that, but don't forget that deck has a lot.
oh,
of
it has a lot. Like I think
evolve.
it was an uphill battle regardless, but I think it starts off by getting our first DNA on board to maybe potentially partition and just kind of find
Potentially.
a way to
Like I said, partition doesn't stop D-Digivolve, and
No,
that
of
deck has a
course.
lot of D-Digivolve.
But
Not to mention, you can just sort of like unless it's like Sylphie clearing out your level 5s, you can just sort of sit there and threaten aces that also just shut you down, since a lot of them also just D-Digivolve. You don't have to like immediately clear the board.
yeah. Let's go to. I'm just gonna pick one at random. Let's go to table 4. See what happens there.
All right, let's see what's going on table 4.
Ooh, Sukamon versus Nightmare Soldiers. What's the over under? Give me the over under on Nightmare Soldiers. I know you've been playing it. How much you like it? How much is it just kind of like something just fun to play something new?
I think it's mostly fun to play something new, but I'd really like Bolt Bout, and specifically Myotis into Bolt Bout because he immediately lets you attack. I think
Right.
there's a lot of potential in there. The fact that you get to attack, trash their security, and that's like even if you pass turn, you attack, trash their security. So if you manage to get them down to like 1 security, that's a swing for game.
Yeah.
But if you also have like the combos to like keep turn on your Bolt Bout, you can like swing unsuspend, trash their security, swing again, and then because you played bodies off of the Bolt Bout, you can potentially make another one to make that lethal.
To daisy chain into it. I really
yeah.
value the like both Deep Sea and Nightmare Soldiers. I'm not sure if Nature Spirits does this as well, but like they have that like Examon thing where they can kind of cheat having 2 level 6s for their DNA, right? Like with Myotis, you have Myotis for Bolt Bout, you have one of the Seedramons for, or Mega, I think it's Mega Seedramon for the Aegis-Dramon. You can cheat. You can essentially cheat out having 2 level 6s, and then that gives you a lot of, and they, not to mention they have their own effects to force the DNA, even as past turn. So,
yes. Yeah, and the removal is super good too. The DG3 minus 6k, and if you combo that with Piedmon effect, you can minus like, was it 14k on one body, which is
I think it's 8.
pretty large.
Wait.
Yeah, because it's minus 8 on Piedmon plus minus 6 to the board with Bolt Bout, which is minus 14 total. So you can clear quite a bit with that. So the only issues I've been having with that deck is like either I just don't see the pieces, or because so much of the meta is like there's so many of the good decks don't care for you having the best board clear in the world, because it's like, oh, I play OTK and you're just dead, or I play like hybrids and like I don't care how much you remove me, my tamers are killing you, not anything I'm trying to establish on board.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
And I can see this being kind of a poor matchup in that sense for the Edamon player here, because they rely a lot on the Sukamon protection inherits, and the Digivolve is just going to clear that very easily.
Right, but I mean, Nightmare Soldiers care about their names too, though, right? So that's the one thing. Like I noticed you're playing the Dark Animal package last time I got to watch you. You were playing the Dark Animal package in Nightmare Soldiers, and like my biggest fear with that was like a lot of the Nightmare Soldiers stuff in general relies on NSO trait or Undead trait. And so, like, kind of dodging it for allowing yourself to get that extra speed or draw discard. Have you found that to actually be worth it versus trying to focus more on the actual in archetype stuff?
Personally, yes. Mainly because I think a lot of the non-purple NSOs are there's like a couple of them with like marginally good effects or good like traits to them, like the Apemon being three play cost. But they're very I feel like they're very minor overall.
Okay.
And I think just having the extra consistency of having your deck be mono purple and able
I
to
agree.
run purple boost and training,
I agree. I think
you know,
dipping
outvalues
into
that.
the yellow side is rough, but
Yeah, dipping in the yellow side is fine, I think, generally, because you
or
have
the red.
Amber
That's what
Boost
I meant,
as
the
the
red.
option. Yeah, but dipping into the red, you're then dipping into the possibility of having, no boosts to play, and the deck. I think the deck will still be playable, but you're
Losing a lot of
relying a lot more on like
you're
more
losing a lot of
fringe
access to the
ways
consistency
to
pieces that other decks just get for free nowadays, right? Not like even
not just
like
consistency, but the ability just to like bank memory to make
yeah.
more impactful plays out of raising.
No, absolutely. Like that's something that like the hybrid decks struggle a lot with. None of them have access to training, so they have to find other ways to cheat, or bank memory or save resource. But the medieval Galman does hit the board, completely clearing the Nightmare Soldiers list. Man, oh my god, this card is so strong.
Yeah.
I'm
Looks like right now that the Nightmare Soldiers is struggling to find the pieces that they need, because, like I said before, as long as you go into Bolt Bout, you can just de-digi their Metal Eddas and then clear their board pretty easily because their Sukamons are all really small.
Yeah, they're all
So it
1Ks
just seems
to
like he
3K.
hasn't been able to get there yet.
No, it's like we're running the yellow and purple base so far. Like it looks like it's some version of just kind of pure Nightmare Soldier. No fun side engine piece alongside it. I also
He is
found,
on
I
Mist,
found my
which is interesting.
what?
Yeah, I find it interesting that he's on Mist. I guess he wanted extra boosts or beyond just the Ambers. So yeah, based on him playing Ambers, it looks like it's mostly just going to be the purple-yellow version, which I think is fine. Yeah, I think that's like one of your next best options beyond playing mono purple with dark animals.
I feel like we're stuck on 4. We pop boost to play Amber to search, but we don't even get a level 4, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, he did get his level 4s just cleared, so it's not unlikely that he just, lost the only level 4s he'd had at that point.
It's like we're gonna dig another 2 cards, see if we can find it.
But finding Myotis is also kind of massive here.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not it either. Yeah. Cyclone's interesting tech. That effect comes up in quite a few matchups. But we are not in a good position here.
I don't think with once now the medieval is established, I don't think. I mean, I guess you could find a way to time it out. Bolt Bout doesn't just
honestly, looking at the board right now, I think based on the plays he's doing, I think the NSO is just about to lose. He's only at 3 security, and the opponent is threatening exactly 4 swings. So he needs to have a play now that removes even 1 body on the board. And yeah, medieval just popped his Psychmon, so he has literally
then,
nothing.
Like even then you just hard play Asuka and an alliance with the medieval, right? You don't have to necessarily.
Yeah, correct.
1 body is not necessarily enough. Is that big enough? No, medieval dies first check. Oh, that's huge.
It does, because Sukamon, because he allianced with the rat of all things, so he's 12k exactly. Oh, wow. God. That turns around things completely. He actually has a chance now.
We got a second turn, potentially.
Yeah, and with all those boosts stacked up, he might actually be able to do something.
And we'll delete the Sukamon off of dying to Bolt Bout in security.
Yep, so he gets to do the Sukamon on deletion to search for another Suka, or Edda, it looks like. Edda's a good one because you generally that's the one you want to stack on top of your deck with the Metal Edamon effect, so you can get another Metal Edamon for free.
Right.
But if he has the plays, he has the memory. If he has the plays, he can just clear the board here with Bolt Bout, and suddenly he has a real shot of making a comeback. And all those large bodies of security just kind of shut down him. Not even clearing security. Like I said, he was established lethal, and then suddenly he has 1 security instead of being dead here, just because of just having larger bodies.
And we're gonna scramble into another Edamon, everyone's favorite Edamon from Numamon.
Nothing to taunt though, so he's just using that to make another Metal Edda, and he should have enough to pop the Tamer. Which just means 1 less memory since he's still passing to 3 here.
Yeah. I don't think that's a big loss. I think
Yeah,
the biggest loss about it is we don't have access to a purple source now. So if we need, like, for some reason we need to actually evo into our level 4, which we were already struggling finding.
I think he needs to have exactly like now he has the extra memory, yeah, but boost plus training isn't exactly enough for him to go into Myota's here. Okay, so he did have this, the
Awesome. So find
Demi
it
Devi.
maybe. Oh, we're even playing the red package, but does find the Devi, finds them 8mon. 8mon evos for 1, if I'm correct, right?
No, 8-1 evolves for 2, and
Oh, it's the
because of that, I think he might be short of actually reaching unless he has some other surprise memory gain.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't.
Your Digimon
No, you
has
can't
to
do
go...
that. It has to go into a purple Digimon, not from a purple Digimon.
Yeah, I got it. You can't training into a yellow Digimon with purple training. Okay, we got it fixed.
Okay. Unfortunate, because I kind of want to see, more back and forth here.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna evo for 2.
No, you have to evo for 2. You can't use the training.
And you can't even activate. That's an illegal play, right? The training stays on board, right?
Unless he popped it to do nothing. Because then he has to pay 2 for the 8mon no matter what. Again, you just can't training for the 8mon, period.
Yeah.
You pop the training to do nothing, and then evolve 8mon for 2.
Can you actually? Oh, I guess because your hand is private.
Yeah, it's private information.
For no reason.
Yep. Technically a play. I don't know why you would do that, but
why would you? I'm a little shocked we decided to pick the 8mon over the Devimon as well.
Yeah. So I guess this is what we were talking about. The whole him being, so he's still running the training even in this multicolored version, and now he's running into exactly issues because it's he's multicolored and he just doesn't have the means.
Yeah, no, picking up the Devimon kind of hurt him. Like, what were we hoping? What is 8mon's inheritable that we were hoping to get 8mon value?
I think he just wanted I think he might have only been his only level 4 in his hand, because as long as he had like Devimon.
He picked up the 8mon off of the Demi Vmon, and the Devi Vmon revealed Ape and Devimon, if I'm not mistaken. That's how he even got the 8mon, was the Demi Devimon search.
I thought it revealed other cards, because yeah, it was if that was the case, it was definitely a mistake. But even then, I'm kind of wondering what he could have done from that position, because I feel like the only like real
kind of hurts.
Yeah, because at that point he was at 2 memory, and you wanted to evolve into Myota's without passing turn in a way to even have a shot at clearing the board and staying alive.
I gotta see what's our round timer. I never actually put it up for everybody. So let's see if I can find it.
We are 16 minutes left still. That's crazy.
We got plenty of time. Yeah, we
a lot of people are just going through their matches like really quick, huh?
Yeah. Let's see if I can get us. Table 2 still going. Table 5. I think we can save Mr. Fenrir Lugamon for later, so we can go just table 2, see what Mass and Nurks are up to. Mass typically plays birds, and that's always fun to get some birds. Oh wait, this is Gallant today. Ooh, exciting.
Gallant versus is that Lusamon's? Yeah.
Oh, I love Lusamon's. I feel like Lusamon's big key problem though is just like
everything is so expensive.
Yeah, everything's so expensive, and if you don't like specifically find I feel like the deck runs cleanly if you can find BT18 Lusa along with the larva. Like if you don't find that, then like it almost feels like you're playing even more handicapped than anything traditional.
I feel like the deck in general has that issue, and because you aren't like evolving 3, 4, 5 like efficiently, because you evolve for 3, 4, 5 and then evolve into level 5 for another 6, you aren't drawing and cycling that much, and a lot of times it's like, okay, if I want to beat this matchup, I need to exactly have, for example,
your draws have to be perfect.
EX6 Lusamon into having a Leviamon in the trash, so that I can stop, say for instance, Mirage from bouncing my stuff without punishment, right? And the fact that your searches are going to be Ukomon, you're going to be your analogs, which you're going to be losing turns doing. And then when you do have a play, it's like, okay, I need to evolve Lucamon, so that's going to waste me another turn.
The other,
And then when I evolve into Chaos mode, it's going to lose me another turn. And then,
Yeah.
okay, they clear my board. And then my follow-up is that, okay, I have to lose another turn evolving into another Lucamon in the back. Oh, I can't have lost that turn because the opponent, is threatening lethal, and that's been my biggest issue. Everything being so expensive, mainly the Lucamons evolving for 5 in the raising area, means that, like, because in a control deck like this, you need to do every turn has to be I do something to impact the board to stop you from killing me, and then you have so many of these moments where the only thing you can do is set up. Yeah, the deck is just not working out.
No, I can agree with that. It's just, for me, it feels like, I think like the deck, like little things like, yeah, like everything's too expensive, and then like I'm not a fan of how like crucial it feels to run like Levia Biting Crush in your Angels deck. Like it just feels like you're just kind of I'm never a big fan of when a deck has to rely on a different engine to like even be to like, if it's already like, let's say a rogue deck, it has to rely on something that the top decks are doing to even be rogue, if that makes sense. It just kind of feels like, why not just play that better deck, is like honestly like where my mind goes a lot of the time.
Yeah, I can see that. I kind of fine with it because I feel like the Biting Crush Levia is still technically on theme because, Demon
Well,
Lords.
yeah, it's not so much when I say theme, I guess I just kind of mean like, what is my game plan? And my game plan typically, in when you're playing Lucamon, isn't to Biting Crush and make sure I have Levia in trash, right? It's like a side piece, but it feels like most of the time it's like what you would rather be doing.
I guess that's fair. I guess I don't see it the same way because it's just like I see it as just another piece of the puzzle, and you see it as like you taking apart another deck. Like they both play Biting Crush, but I feel like they both use them in different ways. Because a lot of times, like a pure Levia deck is using Biting Crush, 1 for the trap and 2 for potentially comboing it off of like a play for free effect.
Yeah.
But in this deck, you don't have any ways to trigger Biting Crush on your own, so you're just using it as another piece of your. This deck is more or less just another control deck. It's very security control-esque, and it's just it's just one of the best like potential security checks you could have.
Right. The other part I have problems with is just like making sure my raising is exactly how I want it. Like it's so hard to like get like, oh, I have no thing in raising, now I get the larva there, and then like honestly I feel like
That's true.
The what's the level 7, the demon mode or death mode, Satan mode.
Satan mode.
It feels like the worst card, honestly, to me.
Yeah, for sure. No, I agree. Yeah, I've also heard the issue where like, because I like for some reason hatch in the back, and then suddenly my Satan mode can't play Larvamon is awkward, and so you have to sort of anticipate that ahead of time. Like, am I going to be going into
Larva
Satan mode this turn?
Yep.
Yeah. And because Lucamon X exists, it always feels like just a better top end in general for the deck.
Absolutely. Gallimon turning sideways, going into Gallimon X, using the win attacking X antibody. I've historically have said at this point that I think as good as Protoform is, don't get me wrong, I think Gallant has infinitely more has infinitely more routes given to it when they play the win attacking X antibody rather than the Protoform. Being able to, since your Digimon have Blitz, you can always find a way to either Blitz when attacking into exactly what you want, or attack, go use the X antibody, then unsuspend with Gallant X, Blitz again. So just, there's so much potential when you use the win attacking that it's worth giving up that like recursion of Protoform and maybe the cost reduction of Protoform as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because of the way that Gallant plays specifically, they mesh just really well with the old X antibody. And surprise, surprise, we see a 7th Divine Cruise getting checked in security, which shows him plays this Lucamon. It's kind of clutch here because it lets him recover one. Or it's sort of, he discards one, and then the opponent gets to choose whether or not he loses a security or recovers one.
Right. And at this point, you really don't want to be losing security. Oh,
But he's
Crimson
totally
mode.
fine with him recovering, it looks like, because, yeah, that Crimson
Crimson
mode
mode.
Blitz is going to just trash the last security and make it game. Yeah, I kind of wish dropping Lucimon sometimes was more impactful. There's like no aces for it to go into or anything like that.
Yeah, being a level 3 kind of bites, but I mean, I feel like we're just
Hmm.
1 or 2 sets away from getting a level 4 aces coming up. Like it's only a mechanic that's gonna become more and more prevalent, I feel, and it looks like they're
Yeah.
probably wrapped up here. So, no game
I think
3.
the other issue there is that like what could realistically level 4 aces even do that would make
Right, they
sense, right?
can't be that strong because they're level 4s, and then but they still have to
Yeah, they're not allowed
justify
to
the
do it too
overflow.
much.
Because what, they would be
Maybe a
overflow
green one would
too?
be fine because a green one could have like just suspend a Digimon, no other effect, just suspend a Digimon, and that
And
could work as an ace.
yeah, no, that's true. And or like minus security 1, or is that like, would that probably be way too strong? Because I love doing that in
Um,
the Shumon deck. The
mm,
Shumon deck can just like
yeah,
randomly play rookies, and that rookie that says minus sec 1, you're like, all right, you're done.
yeah,
My
that could be
turn
good
now.
for yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then it's like you go into other colors and it's like red, that's gonna be
It's probably gonna
maybe
be,
delete a 4K at best, so it's gonna be as unplayable as Metal Greymon Ace was.
that's the problem Red has, right? Like you just,
Yeah.
and then you can't make DP deletion too strong. That's why, how was it, the War Growl is like really good if you're playing War Growl to like buff all those effects, or like the Gallantmon line to
Hmm.
buff all those effects, and then you gain memory too, so you got like a little bit of metal Garurumon in there, but it's not. There's a reason like most decks out of Japan right now feel like they're only playing maybe 1, if 2. Is it like 2 is the more rare number on that card? But
Yeah, it's definitely not impactful enough to see a lot of play, especially considering, the overflow is a huge downside.
how do you feel about Gallantmon right now? Now that's like, it's not at full power, but it's
Um,
pretty close. It's the things it's missing are more of like nuance and like consistency. Feel like more freedom to play more
yeah,
Takados off of the level 4, the level 5
I think it's
aces.
more or less still playable. Like,
Hmm.
I think the only major thing we're missing here would be the Gallant one. I guess no, I
For me,
mean
it's the
the
4, the
Growlithe
rookie.
dropping another tamer for free is honestly way
Hmm.
better than anything else.
Absolutely.
But
Rookie's
even
okay.
most of
Rookie
this
memory's
other
great.
stuff, Rookie Memory is
Because
actually
now
pretty
with
good.
the
Yeah.
other Takado that says if you have or a Gyo or a Gallant or whatever, you can start your turn at 3 as long as you have both of those on board, which is kind of nice. You don't have to rely on
That's
your
fair.
you don't have to rely on
That
your
might be playable
opponent's
too,
memory.
but also
Mhm.
Guillemons in general, there's a lot of really good ones to choose from.
Ah,
So
I feel like there's a surprisingly low amount. My favorite ends up being like the EX2 one, and then the Rush
yeah,
one, just because like Rush is good. But then after that, I feel like I'm never a fan of that starter deck one that warps for 4 in this day and age. Doesn't feel great. There's one that
I've
like
had
you.
at least one person actually use that warp against me, and that still has like you when you delete something, draw a card, which is not a bad effect.
Yeah. And I
But
really
like if
hate
you're
the
still thinking about
one.
it, right? If you're running 4 of EX2 and 4 of Guillemon X, that's already 8 rookies.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
Yeah.
only running like maybe up at most like 4 more after that.
Which the new one it would be, right? I think that new
I
one
mean, it
is
would be the
like
new one.
comfortably.
Plus, you already have, like you mentioned, the rush one, and you
Right.
might run the warp one for the draw effect.
I guess I have to
So
think
there
about
are
how
ones, and this
impactful
one
that
isn't.
Takado is
And of
too.
course, this one is also still playable. And I think there's BT17 Guillemon is also still vaguely playable as well.
17? Or wait, 17 is the, what does that one do? Is that the one
It's
that
like if
searches
you,
all
it's the one we got a
Takados?
legend pack of. If you play a Kalamon or a Takado, delete a 3K. If nothing was deleted, gain 1.
That feels so nuanced.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess like it's. I think I always say like that. This adding the EX or the 2.5 Guillemon is an upgrade, but it's not like a massive upgrade that's going to change
No, no,
the
that's what I'm
whether
saying. Like
how.
Galmon is
Yeah,
generally like
exactly.
almost at full power. It's just kind of missing like a little bit to kind of like just kind of
Yeah, I
flesh
would
things
say it's
out.
still more or less full power. I think
Yeah. No, for
the
sure.
the increments that you get from Gil and Growl and Gallant from 2.5 are fairly marginal. I guess the Gallant gaining you 2 memory when you evolve into it, the BT19 is probably
Oh,
the
I
most
love
massive thing
I
out of it.
the new Takado
But
might be
people,
like okay. Like that's
uh,
what I'm questioning. I'm
yeah,
not sure where I'm at with the Takado, but like yeah, Gallant saying gain 2 memory. I know plenty of galaxy-based decks that would love a level 6 that gains them 2 memory. That's all I'm saying. Um,
I mean,
But
I think they're
Gallon
fine on that
itself as well.
aspect. Mirage already does that a lot for them.
Well, that's true. I mean, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
five's better than 4, you know.
Yeah, but I think because of the fact we've already seen people play Gallant quite a bit this format, and they're doing pretty decently with it. I think the Gallant is already
performing as to what people expected. Is it underperforming? I think it's underperforming to expectations for the most part. People were
I was
saying
gonna say that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think partly it's underperforming for expectations, but I think that's might be just the deck is new and we need more time to optimize.
I
I don't know if this is the route people will go, but I was practicing against a friend that was trying out like a more OTK
centric version. Oh, with
centric version.
One of the war growls that gains you security.
Yeah, well, yeah, War Growl X gains you security.
Well,
and then a couple of other like really.
There's another War Growl that gains you security, and then I've seen people try Greymon from the OG starter deck, trying to like just find.
He wasn't running
checks.
Those. He didn't need any of those.
Oh, okay.
Because he was playing some other like, let's say a much more spicier card that enables the OTK.
Okay, fair enough.
And I think because I think generally OTKs are strong in this game and are something you kind of want to like lean towards because especially with Gallant because he has protection, but it's such a narrow protection. I think most decks should be able to pass turn memory over as they use their removal.
Yep.
And at that point, you're kind of reliant on having a way to clap back after getting removed, right? Like via scramble or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can do that, you're kind of fine. But like if you can't, the deck feels very beatable, right?
Right. Actually,
I think that's where it's kind of feels like might be underperforming because a lot of these people who are playing Gallant are just going into Gallant X and then sitting on it, and then they lose it because it's very deletable. And then if they don't have they didn't have the Guilmon played out, or they remove the Guilmon, or if they don't have scramble, they just kind of lose the game sometimes.
Yeah. I think my big thing is they struggle into Purple Hybrid right now because Purple Hybrid doesn't leave bodies on the board, right? So they lose access to a lot of that like random memory gain they have, especially off the Blitz Staccato, off of the they play starter deck Growlmon that also gains them a memory when something's deleted. And that's why I'm thinking that the Guilmon in particular will help them a lot because that'll allow them to gain, like I said, they promote, and if they have the other Staccato and a boost or a training, they start at 3 plus whatever they've banked. And now they can actually play the game without relying on their opponent's board as much, as well as with the new Staccato potentially also allowing that for them, along with the end of turn go into Gallant and do a bunch of shenanigans there. I think that will help their Purple Hybrid matchup, and that might be one of their weaker matchups right now. And then that might push them into more of a. That might be
That's also why I was also sort of like leaning towards the OTK build a friend had, because again, the OTK build also just doesn't like if you can set it up right, you don't care about what the opponent has or doesn't have. If you have it, you have it, right? Yeah. The OTK.
Exactly. No, I can agree with that. The warp one, as a 1-of isn't bad for the draw. Mostly the few situations that the warp comes up, like purple decks sitting on level 6s and 7 Great Demons, and the 2.5 Growl is dependent on your tamer count. If you are running pure Staccatos, then for sure, but if you are playing Cool Boys, I'm not a fan of Cool Boy and Gallant. I guess I never considered it, and I don't kind of want to consider it. I don't know what Gallant.
It's kind of funny the sort of story of Cool Boy and where it has gone, because remember back in the day, back when every deck was back in BT9 and up, where it was like Alpha, Metal Garu X, Grandis Kawaga, and all these decks, and like Greymon, and they are all like running Cool Boys, and then people were like, ban Cool Boy, right? Like, I'm so tired of seeing this guy.
I mean, Cool Boy,
and now he's like gone.
Cool Boy in Alpha was infinitely stronger than in any of the other decks, right? Because it always had a hit target, so you never negged.
Yeah.
And then you drew so much that you always had the line in Alpha. Like that's what I think that was really the card when Cool Boy was at peak. Like let's ban it was with Alphamon. And then after that, it was like, okay, Grandis is using it, but let's ban the promo. Melga's using it, but let's ban the promo. Greymon's using it, let's ban Hades Force. We didn't do that. We decided to ban the level 4 instead.
Greymon, yeah. The Greymon, that Greymon's crazy still. I think that was a fine ban.
You think the Greymon? So over and under. Do you think that Greymon could come back right now, today, tomorrow?
Probably right now it's probably fine, but I feel like just err on the side of caution because they're just releasing more Greymons in the future soon.
I kind of agree with that take in general. Like I agree with the like banning things on principle. Like I never want Apocalypse to come back, or like Anubis. I'm like, those cards, what they did to their respective metas was disgusting and insane. They were very meta warping, and just place them at where they are in perpetuity because of kind of just on principle. Makes sense to me. That's kind of what you're kind of saying.
But
I feel.
Going back to that point, right? Because when Alpha isn't really in the meta right now, so Coolboy doesn't have like a deck that's like, oh, you always have hits besides SOC Dorus,
right? And
so you sometimes see it there. But like what I was going to say is that you used to see it in these decks like Garu and Greymon and Grandis, and like Gallant is like a deck that's like those where you have some hits and some non-hits, and you evolve over same level enough that you get value off of the effect. But I feel like people don't run it, and I feel like people wouldn't want to run it because of those opportunities to just whiff on some of your main pieces, right?
There's so many
and I feel like that's like the route that Coolboy has gone, where we care so much on your searches being able to hit everything that you possibly can, because the game's so much faster that those times where you whiff something important off something like Coolboy and be like,
I mean, we just saw it now, right? We saw it against Nightmare Soldiers right now. They were trying to find level 4. They spent 5, technically 8 memory in the long run trying to find just a level 4, and whiffing that much, they lost the game off of it. Their opponent misplayed. They had an opportunity to come back. And the searches just weren't there. If the searches were just slightly different for them, they would have absolutely probably have made another turn. And who knows, once you get to bulk bout, who knows how that game goes, which they could have easily done with that full access to that 8 memory they air quotes wasted, right?
Yeah, they didn't have full access to them. Yeah, but they just didn't have the pieces to take advantage of their massive memory, because all they did was,
if they just saw 4, who knows how that game ends.
Yeah, if they just saw a 4 on opening hand, so they could just go into Myotis Slampide. Yeah, then. I
mean, we did see it beat Purple Hybrid on Monday, so maybe it could be dependent on play and build. Gallamon.
Yeah. That's the point I was trying to make, is that like Gallant is new, and I think people have different ideas on how to build and play it, and that's why we're seeing inconsistent results from it right now.
Right.
And as that gets like, as we have it for more time and those things get cleared up, I think personally, I feel like people the good builds will probably lean more OTK-ish, but I think also at the same time they don't have to if they just see the cards to make plays even after a cleared board, right?
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's what I was gonna say. Kind of Alfonso kind of says it a lot. It kind of says it pretty well. A deck that wasn't solved by Japan yet, and part of the reason Japan hasn't solved it was because we've gotten it. Well, we've gotten this stat like it was unification, right? So Japan has had less time with it than we traditionally see them have before we've even gotten our hands on it, and not to mention like our meta's slightly different because we're missing the BT19 half. But like like my main point here is like, unification's coming, and we're gonna lose a lot of that pre-data that we get going into a meta. I mean, you follow Purple stuff. Like, we all know that in Japan they had spent a long time trying to figure out which version of Fenrir was better back in 14, right? Was it the discard version? Was it the just pure mill version? I think at the end of the day, like, we just landed on playing Mist Memory Boost, and the discard version is kind of just better. But we're not going to have that pre-filter when it comes to us anymore, which is very exciting. But round 2 has started, so we can go to that. Anyone stand out to you? Dealer's choice, or we haven't seen table 1. Anyone from there yet?
Yeah, let's go to table 1. Let's see what's going on there.
Let's do that. I gotta do that. But anything else? Anything coming up that you're excited for, or like a lot of Digimon news keeps happening and everything? Anything at the top of your mind that you think about right now for the company?
Well, we're gonna hold off on Digimon news for a hot minute here, since we just finished BT20 reveals.
Right.
Since the next set after this isn't coming out till April, so I feel like we're gonna have a kind of a lull in reveals for a hot minute here, not until like maybe March.
Yeah.
Unless they decide to like start dropping reveals for the starter decks like in February, which might happen, but I feel like it's still going to be like more closer to March, maybe because you have to get the starter decks first before they start doing PT20 reveals. Who knows?
It's weird because
But
like
we're gonna be. I feel like we're gonna be a little on news, and I'm just mostly focusing on what we can do with 2.5 / PT20 cards.
mhm.
So mostly, purple player. So I'm focused a lot on looking a lot at Virus Imperial and the Ghosts
Oh, the
as
ghost
like my
stuff is
main
very
things.
interesting. Execute sounds like
It's
a
very interesting.
like
Yeah.
if you can take like because the most interesting part of it is it kind of saves it's a way for purple to save itself from one of its biggest weaknesses, which I find to be blue, like especially if you're a deck that relies on
Mm,
deletion. Just blue existing kind of ruins a lot of what your game plan is, right? You don't, if you're
yeah.
relying on deletions, you don't get them, but if you just have an in archetype way to just trigger your own on deletions, I think you're looking pretty good, and that's the most interesting thing about it. But you can, what's your take
Yeah.
on ghosts?
Oh, I love the concept because I've always liked purple for having this ability to like delete your own stuff and then gain value off of it. I used to love I love Millenni. I just wish, it wasn't so losing to I mean it just in general kind of like an inefficient deck
Mm-hmm.
and loses to a lot of like a non-deletion removal still like Digivolve
Yeah,
especially.
yeah,
Um and not to mention like I usually just can't find Millie before the opponent kills me a lot of the time.
yeah. They can
um
it can be pretty slow, which is kind of
So
just a
I'm
general
loving
weakness.
Ghosts because it's another deck that's like focused on deleting your own stuff and then getting value off of that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really turned on my jank brain because for like I think it was like a week ago, there was like a moment where just like I couldn't stop of like thinking about different little combos that I can use with execute. Stuff like, ooh, I can have Falcomon evolve
Right.
into Octomon to spawn a token, and then on the opponent's side, then I evolve into Phantomon to execute attack over the token, make them discard a card, then delete myself so Falcomon makes them discard another card,
Yeah.
and then stuff
Uh,
like that. I tried that and it was too janky. It wasn't doing enough. Um, but like,
I'm also a
so I'm really a
fan.
fan of Ghosts because it's just
Mhm.
enabling my purple jank brain to go in overdrive.
No, no, that makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm a big fan. One of the things that like about the ghost stuff that came out that made me realize that like they're actually trying to make this somewhat kind of playable was the deck doesn't seem so dependent on the tamer. Oftentimes we'll get a deck that like really kind of like the tamer makes it or breaks it in terms of like mechanics. Like I feel like the new Fenrir stuff is kind of
Mm,
like that. They really rely, at least in terms of like the new like level 5s and 6s and even to some extent the 7, really rely on you having that new tamer or maybe even that BBmon, the Digibubble. So like using the tamer as like this band-aid just becomes like, oh, if you don't see it, then like your deck's kind of like falling behind. Whereas like the what's her name, Violet and Boots, only enhances what the deck does, but the deck is very playable without it.
I do want to I want to comment on that where how I slightly disagree, but first I
Oh,
want
go
to
ahead.
comment on what our opponents are playing. We're seeing Sun and Moon versus Eosmon. Now that's a matchup, or Eosmon in general is as a deck we don't get to see quite often, do we?
No, not at all. And then if we set up I mean, this is Manoa, right? If we set up the
Hmm.
Manoa with an Eosmon on board, Tamers can't suspend. And uh,
True.
our boy on the Galaxy side needs that. Like, this is actually kind of strong. I imagine this might be just a strong matchup for Eosmon in general.
Galaxy in general looks like he's not doing so hot here. He's kind of
No
bricked and
rookie.
hasn't found any of his rookies.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have Eosmon kind of in the driver's seat here. Though,
Uh,
unless he doesn't have another rookie to follow up this Ukamon with, in which case he might be in a similar scenario, but he does
choosing
have
the
a lot more
Manoa
setup in
there.
general.
Choosing the Manoa there is interesting to me. I feel like setting up Digimon Emperor off of one of your white tamer plays might
Mm,
have been slightly better to keep like your lead almost. Like if we set up an Emperor early where our opponent's still struggling on rookie and spending resources either like evoing more expensively and going into a 5, I'm committing to board if like they don't have the freedom to just, you know, digivolve a free rookie and then just not evo it, just keep them off of Lunamon and Coronamon from gaining them extra value.
I think in general, I think he was correct to not go for the the Emperor, because he has the memory setter tamer on,
Right.
which means it shouldn't be that much, you know, effort to just go, you know, evolve into rookie evolve level 4 and then do whatever else. And I think there's like there's like not really that much advantage
Okay.
to not do that, especially in a deck like this where you could always just, you know, inherit, tuck under, evolve. And the starter main effects on Luna and Corona can come up, like Corona especially, the gaining the extra memory. But they aren't so imperative that you don't mind just playing around Emperor.
Got you. No, fair enough. All right. Well, we finally found rookie off of the Flaremon Evo. Gonna draw another Ko and Sao.
So it looks like we're gonna have a real game here.
Yeah, I think this is our only. Oh, we're gonna attack into security. That's a little risky, but most of this stuff is tamers and 6Ks, so we're bigger.
He probably doesn't mind losing this body then, because like opponent, he probably can see his opponent like might just be able to go into an Eosmon that can delete it. So he's probably fine just throwing this away and then just getting ready for his next stack to be where he pops off on.
My concern
Though his
is
hand size is kind of small right now.
Right. My concern is this might be the last turn that we can suspend Ko and Sao, right? And attacking and potentially losing that body without gaining value out of Ko and Sao might be more of a hindrance than anything else.
That might depend on the fact that maybe he doesn't already have something he wants to do with Koi and Sayo in this point.
Mm-hmm. That could be fair too. The hand does seem awkward.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get to see what Eosmon does.
Mm-hmm. But getting back to that point we were talking about earlier about ghosts not looking like they need tamers that much, I disagree with that.
Violet in boots, like it is.
Yeah, because the new one I think is going to be really important for the deck. The one where it's like when your ghosts die, you can evolve into another ghost. Because otherwise, you're getting less value off of your executes, right? Because you know your Necromon swings, it dies, it spawns a level 5, and that's fine. But way better if you can.
Of course, I'm not saying
go back into another level 6.
Right.
And I think the big thing for me is that I think that deck is going to really, really like having Analog Youth on board.
Oh, absolutely. My thing, I guess my point is, like, the Tamer, like, imagine Dragon Links without Hina. Infinitely worse deck, right? Whereas I don't feel that same way about Ghost. I feel like you can play a game and win a game without ever seeing Violet in boots on board.
That's fair. Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of more my perspective of how I see that playing out.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be contextual because there's going to be more or less quite a few scenarios, I feel like, where you're not going to be able to do what you want or clear a specific board if you don't have that.
Of course.
Violet.
I mean, it's kind of similar
the old
to
one
like
doesn't really do much for you.
An OTK deck not seeing tie, or a red OTK deck like not seeing tie closer than it is oh, I didn't see my Tamer, so I don't get any of my effects to do what I want. Like Omni DNA, for example, really needs Ty and Matt's on board, right? To do most of their game plan. Oh, we're just gonna get so many Eosmons on board now. This will delete the Flare Mon, like you kind of mentioned. Got our value out of by swinging.
I believe so. It's been a while, so I have to go look up what Eosmon cards even do anymore, because it's like hard to find people who even play this. On Digi, play Eosmon. When an Eosmon is played, delete opponent's Digimon with as much DP, as much as or less DP as that Digimon. Okay, I see.
You guys, are they frozen for you too, or is it just me?
Yeah, they are frozen for me as well.
Interesting. They both are frozen. They're trying to come back. Let's see.
Could this be a Discord crash? Because I'm having a 5,000 ping on Discord.
Oh,
and I can hear you just fine.
Oh, we're not on Discord together.
I know. Yeah, because we're not on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because us on.
Yeah.
What we're on are fine, but Discord is not. So it might be a Discord overall issue.
Let's see if leaving. Let's try leaving the table real fast. Let's see. I'm gonna go into table 28 and see if I still get it. Yeah, I think the table might be just struggling a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah, table 3 looks fine to me. Gonna hop back into table 1. And they're still stuck loading for me. Oh, nope, I see. They stopped playing too, so it might be an issue on their ends as well.
Yeah, they were in trouble. Let's see. I'm gonna give it a
Okay, looks
minute.
like they're
judges
getting back in
there.
here.
Yeah, I'm gonna join, see if that works. Yeah,
Yep.
looks like everything's back in order for them. Everything's moving.
Yep, they're catching back up here.
Yep.
Okay, so will this actually delete the Flaremon? Because the Flaremon has the inherit plus 2 extra DP.
I think Eosmon cares about play cost, does it not?
No, it says right here, when one of your Eosmons is played, delete an opponent's Digimon with as much as less DP as that Digimon.
Oh.
So it should only be able to delete like a 7k?
I think we have inheritables.
Maybe they forgot about Lunamon or Lucasmon Inherit, bumping him up to 9k.
We might have an inheritable that gains us DP. Let's see.
Yeah, but I'd have to give him like 3k DP on that Eosmon he played. So again, I'm not too familiar with Eosmon cards, so maybe unless something else is giving DP to all of his Eosmons.
Alright, so we definitely have one inheritable that says this Digimon gains 1k DP. So what? Which Eosmon? This is the new one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All turns. For each tamer. Oh, so this Eosmon in particular is your
all your Eosmons get 1,000 for each tamer. Yeah, and he has way more than enough tamers.
Yeah,
exactly. Yep, never mind. I just did not read that third line.
No, you're good.
Again.
It's okay. No, it's impossible to remember every card.
Yeah. I mean, I should be able to remember most of the stuff that people play in meta decks, but
no, for sure.
This isn't exactly meta, which is nice to see.
Absolutely. We're gonna promote. We lose them.
Promote, yeah. It looks like he went into Pheromoon, then tucked it under, and he's going into Galgamon, the typical stuff you see, up to 5 memory now, because this combo is absolutely ridiculous. Basically just a free 2 memory.
We can't suspend. Yeah, is he catching them on the suspend? Wait. Okay.
Yeah, that's the effect of the new Manoa.
I thought it was the old
one.
Oh, do you not? The new one is you can't get on plays.
Oh,
they don't.
While you have to play, don't unsuspend during their unsuspend phase. So he's fine here.
Right. So you can do it once. Okay. It's the other one that says you can't get on plays.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
No on plays is actually still massive too, because a lot of plays often, they often involves them going.
Looks like
dropping the Sayako. Yep.
Can't unsee.
Cressamon can be pretty good here. We can freeze one of his Digis, probably the large Eosmon from swinging.
Looks like that's what we did, marked by the dice.
Yep.
And from here.
Now, if only Manoa wasn't stopping him, maybe he could have gone for another Sayako on play effect to do it again. Actually, no, he can play, since he doesn't pass turn on, he can just play it and then activate it as a main effect.
Yeah.
And then go into another Cressamon to stun another one, but I don't know if that's going to be impactful enough here. Yeah. Instead, he's going to drop a Coronamon from his hand, and he's probably going to combo off on this as well.
He's going to go another Galgamon for 1, essentially. Force both people draw, and then
draw, then gain 1, and then tuck under, gain 2.
He might be.
So this is basically just a Hammer Spark.
And then we Coronamon, gain 2, which is gross. I think this, everyone's. Yeah. I don't know where you're at, and I've probably talked this to death, but I'm gonna talk about it every time I get. I think in terms of Mirage and all the shenanigans, I think any ban list that does not involve this level 4 is not enough. This level 4 is so much. Oh, we're gonna go into Galgamon.
No, I've definitely had these conversations before on what are we banning off Mirage, and I keep telling people it's definitely BT16 Galgamon. It's such a disgusting enabler, and it's also disgusting in Galaxy.
Yeah, no,
X Antibody's interesting, but I think that gives away what we're doing here with the Galaxy package. He can swing and evolve into Gallantmon X Antibody here.
Yeah. Does the Gallantmon X let you attack on Evo though? No, I think it relies on other things to do that, right? I can't remember right now. I don't think Gallant lets you attack on Digivolve, does it?
Yeah, no, but he took the old X antibody.
Oh, right. We can attack with our level 5. Yeah.
Yes, attack old level 5, go into Yount X, and then I mean, you can
Looks like
target
we
the
lost everybody
Eosmon
again.
as his attacker target. He can potentially.
The table again. Gonna leave.
Yeah, it's also frozen on my end.
Interesting. Let's see if we can get the ping reestablished. It's not. It's strange. It doesn't normally happen. Some tech issues tonight.
We'll jump around a bit to see. Oh, even they are jumping out and in.
Yeah.
There's something definitely going on here. Maybe. Okay.
Ping seems to be fine.
I can see things going on. Yeah. So yeah, he went into the Gaunt X.
Right.
I wonder if at this point, if he's going to attack over the Eosmon, maybe he should have stunned one of the standing Eosmons. That if he can't also remove those this turn.
Yeah, I don't think he can. He can get rid of. I mean, we attack into what? We attack into Eos. Is something possible, and then or the level 6, I should say. We attack into level 6.
6.
Gallant will delete one of the level 5s, and then we minus.
Minus 4. So if you can keep turn here, no, you can't unsuspend though.
Yeah, and he's not gonna keep turn. I don't think. There's no way.
Yeah. So I'm thinking if he's gonna attack over this ES one anyway, maybe he should have stunned one of the other ones. But I've been in this scenario before where I stun something and then realize I'm gonna remove it because I haven't planned the whole turn out 5 turns in or 5 evos in advance.
Yeah, no, I totally
right?
get it.
You might have only just gotten that Gaunt X right
off the top because notoriously it's hard for them to find their 6s, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So they were just playing with the hand they had and then just kind of drew into a more favorable play.
Exactly.
Where's my chat? There we go. Found my chat. I think our last special event was 6 people. Thursday is a day we can flex more. Discord issue, but it's hard to push special nights often like that when we get less than 16 people. I think our last special event was 6 people, so they normally need spaced out. Yeah, talking about some of our fun side events that they do here at Eagle's Nest. I think they're trying. I think the next one they're talking about was like the what's that new singleton format? People started giving it a name.
Really, I haven't heard of this.
Someone told me. You know what I mean by when I say singleton, at least? Yeah,
I believe that they're doing official singleton events in Japan.
The popper format. That's what it was. What was it called, Eagle?
Popper.
What was it called? Oh, I can't remember what the popper format. They gave it a name officially in some, like, I forget who was talking about it. You know what popper is?
Yeah, I know what popper is. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. That's just yellow rarity cards.
Yeah. That being said, like, what is your... Like, what we're trying to see what Eosmon does. What is your history with card games? Like, have you played Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic? Where are you at?
I've briefly played Magic casually for a bit during college. It was mostly like during like Theros and Return to Ravnica standard.
Those were good. Those were fun formats.
Though, yeah, those are fun formats. But like, I think it didn't take that long. But that was like when Commander was just starting to pop off. I think
it was barely around. Yeah. At least I think.
Because I remember I distinctly remember when the first Commander precons came out, and I bought the one with the Bird Wizard that eventually got banned.
Oh, yeah, Bird Wizard was crazy.
The Revi or something like that.
Yes,
and I remember I was mostly playing because I didn't want to buy all the singles or whatever. So it was mostly me and my friends playing precons. Precons versus precons.
Well, that's fair.
And stuff like that, which is fun. But that was like a brief history. I don't think it was that long that I stuck to Magic. I briefly played Hearthstone. I briefly played Shadowverse. I even tried to take Shadowverse seriously at some point, but I think I only lasted until like Alice in Wonderworld and Wonderland came out, so that was also a brief stint. I stuck it with Digimon quite a bit just because I'm a fan of the franchise. So this is the one card game I've stuck with like longer than anything.
Looks like we're just gonna play more level 5s.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they forgot about the 10k DP or less delete off of the Gallant because we didn't see him Like I figured one of these smaller Eosmons would have been removed by that.
Removed, yeah, but they weren't.
Was there some sort of effect that prevented that from happening? There were protection, maybe? That I forgot about because again I haven't read Eosmon cards.
Looks like we attack, go into
'Cause-
Paladin, reset the trash, but I think we're okay with that as Eosmon. This just sets up a really gross
Oh,
board.
maybe that's what happened. Because we can't hear what they're saying, maybe what happened is they attacked the big Eosmon.
Yeah.
He used the effect to delete one of his smaller ones, and then he went, okay, Manoa effect, delete the Eos you're attacking over to protect the one that you're deleting.
Yeah.
That might have been what happened here.
I think that's kind of, I think that's just correct, which makes sense because now you whiff the attack and then you get to at least bodies this board. What's interesting about the Paladin mode here is if we can go into an Eosmon, and we have so many tamers. With what this plus 5k? I guess it's not. I guess it wouldn't be enough to get rid of Paladin. We would have plus 5, plus 6. We check into a 7k. Unfortunate.
Wait, did he go into this Paladin by using Sayako or something?
No. We attacked with the Eosmon, triggered our Manoa, which caused the search, and then
he aced. It's still the Eosmon's turn.
Yeah. And
Sorry,
then Eosmon Evos.
You're right.
This, I don't think anything here is big enough. Okay, we're gonna play a 6k. This will be plus 5, plus 7. Not enough to get rid of Paladin.
For sure, but the Coronamon is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think we just get distracted by the conversation and the constant disconnect, so I kind of lost track of where we were for a second there.
No, you're good, man. This is just...
Well, the Paladin here is not too terrible because he can still get rid of both of the Eosmons with his when attacking here. And kind of like slow down the aggression. Especially since this Eosmon looks like it's not going to delete the Paladin itself.
Yeah, it's not gonna be able to. And but like the thing is now is like we have these like empty body or sourceless bodies that Paladin's just gonna be able to. Well, we have enough of a security buffer that's not a problem, but it is scary.
That's interesting. So because he played level 4 Eosmon for free, looks like the Galaxy player got his own free Sayako off of that.
Mm-hmm. Did we delete?
Ooh, did he activate a D-Digivolve effect here? I believe there's some D-Digivolve
in mechanic in the deck. I think it's the Manoa?
No.
The new one? No, maybe it's not the new one.
Oh, this is the new level 5 Eosmon. Your opponent may play a
yes.
Tamer card from their hand. If they didn't play, you get to play a Tamer for or less. Then D-Digivolve one of your opponent's Digimon for every 2 Tamers.
And then the new Eosmon will trigger its ability to delete it, leaving the Corona on board, but we're beyond okay with that.
Yep, and now we can swing this Eosmon that was still stuck around, get to play another Eosmon. He's getting really down low in security, so this might be just this foregone conclusion here. We might go into game 2 here soon.
And Eosmon, this level 5 will be bigger because we are plus 6k, 7k.
Mm-hmm.
And
they just turn on another Eosmon because he just had the memory for it.
Gross.
Play another, delete, and yeah, that's basically should be game. Of course, I know Galaxy sometimes has the means to just pop off with memory, just play level 3 and then go up.
Yeah.
But I think even in here, it's not likely. One of his Kaiosos is not going to be able to unsuspend in general here.
Yeah, I wonder how much.
And he unsuspended anyway. Maybe they forgot.
Yeah, they probably don't remember, but I think their opponent's letting.
It's not. I don't think it's going to matter in the first place.
Absolutely not. Looks like we're playing.
I mean, you could surprise me. Like maybe he pulls out. Yeah, he's scooping it up. I was about to say maybe he's gonna like, hey, surprise, Medieval Gallant save my ass, but
that'd be funny. I think we just used up too many of our Galmons too. Our 2 of them would have been gone at that point. Even if we had like even a world where we had Rookie and back, I don't see us unless we literally drew. I guess we could have drawn the other 2 Galgamons, but with 2 already gone, it becomes less and less likely.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention he's only at 3 exactly, so him dropping a Rookie here would mean, not even enough memory to work with evolving and doing any shenanigans with it. So I think it would have to be exactly something like a Medieval.
Yeah. And even then, Medieval I don't think is enough to save us from essentially maybe if our opponent like accidentally plays something, but even then I just don't see it. Crazy. Oh, crazy. That's how we say that. Paladin gets DDGL from EOS on play, right?
Yes. I just didn't recognize which EOS one that was initially, because he played a Tamer for free. I almost thought it was the old level 4, but I forgot about the new level 5 one that does that effect.
I forget about the DDGL too. Which...
Really good card.
So good. The only downside of it is it's like a mandatory D-Digivolve, so you can't stop it preemptively, kind of like Lord Knight X.
Oh yeah, it's one for each. I think that matters like only occasionally, but I guess it matters more for like hybrids, because you'd rather D-Digivolve them only once to go down to from like Velgar to Dusk instead of down to Tamer.
In that situation, it's the little things I think about. Like in that situation with the Paladin, if you could choose, theoretically you could stop it at level 5 and then get a what am I missed? Oh no, I guess it got deleted at level 5. I was thinking Digimon Emperor for some reason, but no, I'm a fool. Or like nah, I'm overthinking it, never mind.
Maybe. Going right into game 2, EOS 1 player off to a good start. Found Evolve EOS, play EOS to search.
Get the Manoa, pretty easy.
The one in the back is BT17, so reduces Evo cost of EOS Mon it evolves into. And it has the crazy inherit of when you play another EOS Mon, you get to evolve it into an EOS Mon with the evolution cost reduced by 3.
Gross.
You know, the kind of stuff that they have to give to EOS to make it competitive, considering its history.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The day Eosmon gets a level 4 that Digivolves on white, I think the deck is going to be cooking. Because then you could just run so many Ukomons. And then all of them are live targets at that point. I think they'll never do that because I think they intend Ukomon to forever be this guy that can't evolve effectively. That's fair. Well, I mean, if that was the case, they would put the can't Digivolve effect on it, right? Like, kind of like... That's fair. But white is more or less a shorthand for that. That's fair. Alright. I guess I don't want to hear any pedants in the chat say, but Sister Mont Blanc awakened. Like, no, that doesn't count. But why not, man? We have so many of them. We're getting a second one now. Oh, that one doesn't even evolve, I think, right? That's like an on-play shenanigans with that one or something. That one, the new one is a CL and not a Blanc, and it evolves, I believe, through special Evo condition. Right. This might... Antics. The new EOS and can only go over EOS because of black text, sadly. Yeah, that's a route they're going, and it's kind of the more or less the correct route, so they can continue having white act as how they intended white to be this sort of like, it's not any other color and just sort of like outside big balancing point. Lekismon only hits one target there, I believe, only hitting the level of the Phyromon, so no Nightclaw target off of Lekis. Unfortunate, but you know, that's how this deck is a lot of the time. Eosmon not looking great either. The only thing they were able to establish was Tamer, unfortunately, on that last. Yeah, well, he had 2 Yososmons on the board earlier. It looks like he just swung both into security. I guess he just doesn't have anything to claim with, so he just rather just have them be gone and set up for a future turn. Yeah, for sure. I feel like that's kind of risky here, considering that the Galaxy player is going to pop off, so he's going to be able to establish a pretty threatening board here, I imagine. Sure. We could go all the way. We just go to level 6 if we have it now, which is crazy. Yeah, and on Eosmon's next turn, he's probably not going to be able to do too much here, considering this is a hatch turn. Though I guess not too many of his Eosmons have decent on plays. He could potentially hard play the new level 5 and then Digivolve anything on the board of the Galaxy player, but Galaxy can do so much with so little. Absolutely. As we'll see, we're going to tuck one more time, Evo into another level 4. I guess Galgamon to increase our opponent's hand size since they tried to go neg a little bit. Oh, no. The Pheromon. More searching. It probably would be Galgamon if he had it, but looks like he's still digging for that. No, double hit at least this time. Nice. Yep, double hit, level 5. And yeah, level 5 means he can at least climb up here
and a level 3. You can probably go into Fira and then end on a 6. A 6 that might just get de-digivolved here if what we were
It has to be
talking
the
about was
correct
true.
6, right? Because if we're like on a level, the only level 6
Oh
in our
yeah,
hand
for
is
stuck on
blue.
Fira.
Yeah.
Well, he is on. We've seen him be on Gallant X, so that could be a level 6 he lands on.
But I think that's the only level 6 we have nowadays that's blue and red. So maybe we're playing a different red to make it more consistent.
I mean, surprise Apollomon, get a bunch of like blitz checks in here. That could be pretty hot.
That would be what would that be? It's +1 for every 2 sources, so it'd be
for every 3, unfortunately.
3 sources. Okay. Oh, we have the X antibody, and we are probably going into Gallant.
That's another source. That could be another cyclist for the Apollomon.
You're right. What am I saying? What is that? That would be 3.
1, 2, 3.
That would be the full.
It actually doesn't add another because he already has like 6 here, so it probably is more likely to be swing into Gallant X antibody here.
Yeah, I see the pretty Altart in his hand.
And I see something shiny in his hand. Can't really tell exactly what that is, but yeah.
That's probably the Gallant. A little too pretty, a little too new, you know. It's missing some of that moderately played use on it.
It would be a waste of an X antibody here if it wasn't exactly that.
No, and we don't attack here if it's not. We don't. We wouldn't. It's X. Wait, are we actually just letting the check through? No effect. Wow. Are we trying to get the unsuspend? What? I guess with all the red sources, we're what, 7?
I mean, he would already get the unsuspend because you can attack evolve when attacking.
We were what? We were 7, 9, 11 with that attack. That's.
What is it here?
Why not go into Gallant? Oh, this is medieval.
Medieval. Okay, so then why do you get the X antibody underneath it? I guess maybe he put it under and then changed his mind.
And or he wanted to threaten the X antibody, but once you attack and declare no effect, you kind of lose the.
Is there like a level 7 he can go into with this? I'm not sure. This is still pretty good. I think the Gallant overall is a better. Medieval is overall might have been a better choice for multiple reasons. I guess it's because a player turn priority doesn't matter, but any other on-play Eosmons here might get their get interrupted
if we're trending
here.
More towards the red stuff, we could play Agubond Ace, right? With all the blue inheritables to increase our DP, makes that card much deadlier in into wider boards, right? Or to anything really.
True. I'm mostly just wondering what the X antibody is here for at this point.
Yeah, maybe I don't know.
I think it might have been like I changed my mind because I drew into the medieval or something, or I realized the medieval might have been more impactful at this moment.
I'm inclined to agree. All right, Chronomon back for free, easy peasy.
Unless there's something else I'm missing. It can't be. You can't strip it. I don't know if that shouldn't matter in this scenario.
I don't think it'd matter here. Yeah, correct. We're gonna play Corona, so we can just we have an alliance target that's gonna be for 3. Go to 0.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Pay the cost correctly. We're at 0. Now we can. We can't Galgamon.
Yeah, you can alliance with it.
Yeah. 2 checks.
Galgamon at least locks him to 1 here.
Yep.
Unless the opponent doesn't have 8 cards in hand.
Just the level 2 checks. Ooh, just swings over Eos. That's unfortunate that Eos is so small.
I think he has helped a lot by his inherits. He has Pheromon, 2 Pheromons and a Firemon for a +6 KDP. Yeah, there's nothing going to be big enough.
Oh, still no Galgamon. Interesting. Draw for
yeah,
Digivolve.
He's still digging for it. That's like his 4th Pheromon now, I think.
Something like that. 3rd or 4th.
3rd or 4th.
Galgamon X to the bottom, but we do get 2 hits.
Yeah, Galgamon X. Maybe we should zoom in more.
I guess we'll see how this goes. If we can go, we're level 4 right now. Potentially we could go. It's not enough memory to go level 5, unfortunately.
Let's see here. Does this Manoa help him in any sense? Doesn't look like it. I mean, he can go into.
Does Eos help? make us
Level
confused.
5, the new level 5 EOS, I think, is generally going to be helpful because again, as the Digivolve.
Digivolve once. Your opponent may
At least
play
even
one
once.
tamer.
I mean, I guess at this point, maybe it wouldn't even be that useful because you Digivolve 1, he's back to level 5, and he can go into a much more impactful level 6, like the Gallant X, or then he can to Sayako go into a blue level 5 to go into Mirage, or something like that. Though at this point, I don't think we haven't seen Mirage. Maybe he's not even on Mirage. Maybe this is just Galaxy Gallants.
Galaxy Gallant. Yeah, so we're gonna hard play the Eosmon level 4 that allows us to play a white tamer, 4 cost or less, and then our opponent may play a tamer as well. So they will play the Ko and Sao.
Yeah.
But nicely enough, our opponent doesn't get
Oh yeah,
the
that's right.
unplays.
The Morphomon effect. Now he can actually, yeah, he can evolve into the Eosmon.
And then this is the
Player turn
D-Digivolve 1.
priority. I believe this is the Digimon. Yep, that looks like it.
That will let us play another white tamer, and then we will D-Digivolve once
So this one is weird. The opponent may play a tamer, and then if they don't, you get to play a tamer. But yeah, his hand is full of Koisayos here, though. Yeah, this is Digivolve. Yeah, there's 4 boards, so he gets a Digivolve 2. Kind of big.
Yeah, getting rid of those sources, and unfortunately we can't attack into anything or go into clear these bodies, because at that point clearing these bodies would have been gigantic.
Yeah.
And now with 3 bodies,
As I was talking about before, the Digivolve is okay, but there's so much you can do with so little in this deck. So this Pheromon can now, you can activate Sayako, it can activate Sunmon effect. Yeah, it can evolve into Flaremon for 1 to delete one of the EOS spawns.
And then I think that's
Even
just a
better,
wrap,
he
right?
can
If we
do
have-
the nonsense with his Flaremon on the board. He can Sayako to, what was it? He can Lunamon effect to make it gain 2, and then Sayako to make it go back into Pheromon to evolve into a level 5 for free.
We finally found a Galgamon. I can see this Lunamon tuck under, then do it again, or we're gonna freeze the Eosmon level 5.
Yeah, so he's going into different level 4s here to do different effects.
mean,
if he can
as
go,
long as you find a
if
way
he can
to
do that
get-
again and go into another Flaremon to pop it, then he has free reign to go Gallant X swing on Suspend swing.
Yeah. Is it time to trigger X antibody? And that's exactly, we are going to trigger
Yeah,
X
looks like
antibody.
he's doing that.
This will get rid of...
I feel like this is awkward because this is going to delete the EOS instead of getting to unsuspend.
Yeah, you're kind of right. And then we're gonna, I think Eosmon is gonna scoop it up with after a kind of dismantled board state. I think the key thing
it's
for
pretty much over
Eosmon
there.
there was, starting off with 2 rookies and just kind of your best play being attack those 2 rookies into security really kind of said everything it needed to say about what the Eosmon's hand was for that game, right? Not evolving into a 4, losing all that resources, losing that essentially a turn, and then on top of that, giving your opponent tamers. Never great into something like this. I think the Eosmon is a deck that has access to so many tools. I think the one thing at this point they're missing is potentially something that suspend your opponent's tamers, so you can just kind of create the lock and suspend the tamers so then they can't unsuspend, and that way like you don't even give them that one suspension of the tamer to gain value.
That's true. I almost want to say that they're part green enough to go into that one card, Argomon, but because they're white the moment they're level 4, that kind of gets in the way.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, they definitely benefited from a second wave of support, and it's so funny to me, but both decks that kind of broke the rules in terms of 4 copies per deck immediately went back on it on the new copies. Venmon,
I think that makes sense. I feel like there's always going to be, in all those decks, there's always going to be only the one card that's going to be 50 copies. We don't need to have any other card in that deck do 50 copies unless they want to fully replace the old version.
That's fair.
And I think with like say how powerful EOS level 5 is, it does so much. They should not make that card be 50 copies for sure.
Oh, the DDG. I guess yeah. I think about the
Yeah.
Venmon mostly. I'm like, he seems harmless enough. But I could be wrong. It looks like we're gonna go Uko first. Pass turn to 1. Over and under on Uko. What's your stance on Uko? Ban it? Leave it alone? It's fine.
I think it's kind of fine.
Or what's
Because
the
I feel
kind
like
to come from?
there's, I really, because I enjoy index like, maybe I'm biased because I play Fenry. I like playing it in Fenry because it does like so much. And I think it has like an appropriate downside in those decks where like if you go into another one, it becomes, oh great, that's another turn I don't go into my real level 3 that wins me the game.
Yep.
And it feels really fair in that instance, right?
I also feel like if the turn 1 situation isn't always as advantageous as people like to make it out to be. I think paying 1 and then turning off your turn from potentially playing boosts, or let's say you win second, right? Potentially turning yourself off from playing boosts or having another follow-up play potentially locks you out of a lot of like turn 2 plays with Uko that really hurt.
True.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
I think Uko's safe. I think it's just people focus on the decks that really do abuse it. Numemon and like Purple Hybrid are the 2 big
hybrids.
ones.
Yeah. So I feel like, because the ones that feel like really abusive are the ones that are like Numemon or Purple Hybrids. Just hit those decks in their own way instead of hitting the Ukomon itself, which feels super fine in like every other scenario.
To me, I see Ukomon as just a great generic filler card for those decks that may not have been so filled out yet in terms of cards that work for them.
Yeah, and I like him existing for that reason.
Oh, we're gonna go into Lekis, draw 2, search 3. This time we're actually level 4 though on the Eosmon side. So next turn we should be able to do things. Unfortunately, they will probably go. Oh, they're playing Dinomon. Oh, so they're.
Is that a Dinomon?
Yeah, that was Altar Dinomon.
I mean, it is a red. It looks like he's focusing a lot on the red side.
Yeah. No, it looks like we're pure red top end. And we're still having time to find the Lekis because one of our red cards does Evo in both, so we might not be on Apollo at all. I think it's just pure. Well, now giving up that opportunity.
Red toolbox.
Red toolbox. Yeah, that's instead of moonwalking, we're sunwalking. Some World of Warcraft for everybody.
Oh man, he's asking for the hand size here already. 7 cards
so
in hand.
The Mirage, so this will go up to 8. Yeah,
wow.
Here it is.
Just we were talking about how this might have been just a pure red version. Here's Mirage.
Wrong. Nice, man.
He's gonna go up to 8 cards and then gain 2, put him to 1.
Yeah. The putting him to 1 here is really rough. Maybe we can probably get a Tamer on. No. It's gonna be interesting. I don't think we can do much here. We'll see. Yeah, just Evo in the back. That's
rough. Has Evo in the back. Yeah.
Right.
Because even the Digivolve one doesn't do anything here because there's not enough Tamers on the board to even Digivolve even 1.
Yeah, that's so rough. How will the Liberator version of Destro Galaxy change the current deck? I do wonder. I think that every hybrid deck being allowed Ukos with their inherently privileged mechanic because they might brick otherwise isn't really an argument. I'm a prime hybrid hater though. Hybrid mechanic hater. Got it.
Yeah. So like I said, Uko only feels really unfair in those decks like hybrid and everything else it's fine. And I feel like you just hit the hybrids in their own, in whatever feels broken about the hybrids.
I think people undervalue how hybrid doesn't have access to scrambles and trainings as like in the same way that everyone else kind of does generically. So Uko helps them kind of bridge the gap, right? Because you can't training or scramble on top of one of your tamers. So the comeback factor is a little different for them.
I mean, I feel like they don't even need Scramble for the comeback factor because they just evolve over the Tamer anyway. The fact that Tamers act as level 3s means that they have perma level 3s always on the board.
Yeah.
So scramble is not that big, but it's probably more so
The consistency in the banking, right? Like over a
yeah,
course
the
of a
consistency in the
game,
banking that
right?
the trainings and boosts give. I
Mhm.
guess they could still run boost for that reason, but boosts also whiff on tamers themselves.
Yeah, which is half the strategy.
Um,
Eh,
yeah,
it's
and
just
I
little things like
uh,
that too. They have their
mhm.
downsides, but
I mean, I think like that's not that much of a downside for them because the way they're designed, they don't really need those cards, and they do well enough for themselves.
Mhm.
And yeah, and I was almost on that guy's team. I also get really frustrated losing to Red Hybrid so much.
I feel like that's different. Like I feel like the hate for Red Hybrid comes from like, oh, I did 5 checks, blitz for game. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that ancient Greymon situation where it's just like, oh, I
yeah,
just didn't get a chance to like promote. You know?
yeah. I mean, I'll admit I'm kind of a hypocrite on that because I do play Fenry and do get also turn to OTKs.
Yeah, for sure. That's all. I mean, it's everybody. Everybody's got their biases. I guess that's not a big
hmm
deal. What? Okay, we're like, all right. You're Mr. Purple, You love Fenrir. I love Fenrir too, but I love BT 14 Fenrir and 15 on the side as well. I am not a fan of the new Fenrir. Are you? What? Where are you with Fenrir? Do you prefer the old stuff or the new stuff? Like in terms of just
I think
playing them, right?
the new stuff actually just feels, but just much more. How do I put this? It just feels smoother to play because
Interesting.
of those
Okay.
plays where you can just go discard evolve, discard evolve, discard evolve, keep turn
Mm-hmm.
that you don't get to necessarily do as often with the old version because the old version to even keep turn on Fenry usually you need to like for one you need to fill your trash before you get to pop off.
It's like losing
New
conditioning.
Fenry you get to discard as you go up, and the only cards you need to discard beyond other than for Balmon effect is just occasionally Kazuchi and Takemi Kazuchi, which you can discard them for Lugar effect. You can discard it for Solgar effect. It's just so much like easier to get there without having like zero cards in trash, right?
Yeah.
And Old Fenry had that issue where you need to fill your trash with Demon Beasts before you had your win.
Yeah, I think
Um,
that's what I liked about it though. Like I feel like the play in BT in old Fenrir was a little more technical, a little more thought out. Whereas like with the new one, it's like there's some gambit things that you can do where you really set up a really second body that's Solugamon with timer under, so you can get around the 7 Demon Lord traps or things like that. But like, I think like it's just I don't know. I felt like I was touching my cards more and using my cards more when I was BT 14, 15 Fenrir. With this new version, I'm just kind of trashing security and kind of ignoring my opponent entirely. And so I kind of like I kind of just miss the BT 14, 15 stuff.
yeah, maybe. I kind of miss like having my using my old altars for BT14,
No, same. I
but
mean,
that's
yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
I think the other big thing is the Taiki Mikazuchi's removal is just better.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. At no point am I arguing which one is more competitively viable. Like
Right.
it's the
But
Tamagotchi mode for sure.
even like as like a just playing it feel,
Hmm.
it's like having that insurance that like the opponent makes a threat, I always can just remove it with Taiki Mika is nice.
Fair.
Um, Regular Fenry only can do regular deletion, which if they have protection, then you're just sort of like, yeah,
Rest in peace.
can't do
Yeah.
anything about it.
Yeah. No. Fair. Looks like Eosmon might not get to play this turn as well, or this game as well. Winning
Yeah,
pretty well game 1, but game 2 struggled a little bit. In this game, just Mirage being able to find multiple ways to.
he
Just
just
a
found
quick
his
little
lines first.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say multiple ways to choke to 1 has been very painful for Eosmon this game.
Yeah.
And then Hexblow, no, it's
Ooh,
to the
Hexblow to
bottom.
end. Yeah, because he wants those tamers, and now there's no tamers. But it did pass him 4, so it looks like we might actually have a turn here for Eosmon to try to do something. But the lack of tamers is going to be really hurtful because she needs those tamers to make it so that the new Eosmon gives DP to the old one so that they can actually delete things that are bigger than 6k DP.
Or even Digivolve, yeah, like
Oh yeah, true. Even to get the Digivolve, you need at least like 2
you
tamers
need at
on board.
least two, yeah. And I don't think there's a line that gets us two Digimon. I mean, we could go.
No, I think there is because we have the Eosmon promo effect, right? The when you play an Eosmon Digivolve. So if he plays an Eosmon that gets him to play a tamer or
Yeah,
plays his own tamer, then
or double
uses the
like.
Eosmon effect
Yeah,
to
yeah.
evolve the Morpho effect to evolve into Eosmon to make him play another Eosmon that lets him make another tamer. Maybe then he can Digivolve and then remove.
Looks like, I mean, I'm peeping the Analog Youth. You could play Analog Youth, try to find that
Yeah,
very level 4 you're talking about, and
yeah.
then just kind of go down that route, just like you're saying. So let's see if it's possible.
Hmm.
And not to mention that level 4 that plays a white tamer regardless, also just plays for 4. It's got a 4 play cost. So 4 memory is pretty vital here, and we're gonna Evo for 4 into the newest Eosmon, but I don't
Right.
think this really does what we hope it does. We're gonna play the Digivolve level 5, but there's not enough
Yeah, which
tamers.
is not going to Digivolve because there's only one tamer.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
mean, we get to play our own tamer, right? No, I guess not.
No, this one is like if the opponent doesn't play a tamer, you play one.
Okay. So
It's
maybe we
level
should have
4 that
played
makes
the.
both players play one.
Maybe we should have played our own Analog Youth.
I think the rough part here is that he's still not going to remove more than one body here.
Mm-hmm.
And even just a Hex Blob by itself is just going to go swing 2 checks, and then the level 3 in the back swings for game, which might mean that he has to remove specifically the Hex Blow if he can remove anything here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then, Mirage still gets to be around and be doing Mirage things.
Looks like we went into. I can't tell. Those are the same.
That's a
Yes,
second
man,
copy. Yeah. And I think
So
is that another level 5 EOS
that is
with the
another
same
level
Digi effect?
Digivolve.
Yep.
So we will
So
play.
now he gets to Digivolve here.
What do we Digivolve? We have to Digivolve the, like you were saying, the Hex Ball.
Hex.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Sec Plus means he's threatening lethal here. I'm not mistaken, right? Hexblow has Sec Plus
Yeah.
naturally. Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's what happened. He Digivolved and then popped it with the Eosmon effect.
Yeah.
So now you gave him 4 memory, and he has a Mirage still on board to, if he goes into Galgamon, gain a billion more memory.
Oh, that's so rough.
God.
I
And,
mean, we did
then he still
we
has
did dump the
Kosai's
hand
to
a little bit.
unsuspend. He can go into like Paladin mode to then go for lethal. There's just so much that can do, huh?
Yeah, it's. I mean, for me, like, yeah, I don't know. I still think I'm of
Ooh.
the.
He's using the start of main Lunamon effect to bounce the Lunamon for the 2 memory instead. Is he just gonna like hard Evo for 6 cost the Paladin and swing for game?
Yeah, why not?
He is.
Oh, interesting. Fair enough.
I guess
Why
he didn't
not?
have like a better way to do this.
Can you not Ko and Sao, the rookie, and just kind of whiff on the Evo? To Evo your Paladin, and just like wouldn't that
I guess
be
he
more?
technically could have done that. Just go Kyle and Sayo, turn himself into an egg that kills itself, and then use that to evolve.
Yeah, and that way you just just trying to math out a more efficient play, right? Because that would keep us
Yeah.
way more memory than how it ended up playing out.
At this point, unless he hits a 16k in security, he's
Yeah,
still
that's fair.
this is still game. So
Doesn't matter too much.
he was just going for the more straightforward approach of just
Mhm.
pay sticks.
The pay 6 and Eosmon falls behind. I think basically off the fact of just being choked to 1. It seemed like they did have their hand, the pieces they wanted. They just never were given the memory, and they don't have the tools to kind of turbo themselves up as well as they could. They like other decks can.
They were looking so good game 1 too.
Oh, they were
But yeah, that was a game where the Galaxy players struggled to find a level 3 on a timely manner.
Oh, that's true. They did brick on rookie turn 1 and 2, I believe. I think they finally found it after a few searches. But that puts us in overtime, turns out. How about that?
Perfect.
All right.
Were they the last ones to finish? Yeah, they're the last ones to finish. So we'll go into round 3 here very shortly.
Ooh, really, really quick. That's exciting. But speaking, what topics I got? I got. You travel? I forget. You play on a lot of online events, but you don't. I know there's Core TCG announced that they're probably doing a tournament,
Hmm.
and that they're traditionally in California, and he plans to go to that tournament if it's probably
Well,
in California.
I tend not to travel because expenses and stuff.
For sure.
But I am actually pretty heavily considering that one because it's so close. I
Hmm.
mean,
They
so
announced the
close
venue,
relatively.
or I don't think
Didn't they say
they.
it was? I don't know if they announced the venue, but I'm pretty sure they just said it would be in Pasadena, right?
Oh, probably. I just know Core. I saw Core TCG and I was like, oh, it's probably in California at that point. So I guess we'll see. I'll
Yeah.
go see it where it ends up being, but I just assumed.
Like it's still pretty far from me, which means I might still have to fly, but it's still going to be a cheaper flight overall than if I have to like cross states.
So you're
So
oh, so you're like Northern California. That's fun.
yeah, 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 pretty north of California, like even further north of like Sacramento.
Gotcha. Oh,
So I'm pretty up there.
that is pretty up there.
Yeah,
Now that I think about it, this
it's
is
far
like
away enough
almost
that I don't
Oregon.
tend to travel and do mostly online stuff, and
Mhm.
I'm kind of also just in general kind of a shut-in who doesn't leave the house too much anyway. So
That's
I'm more
fair.
comfortable
I
playing
mean,
online events.
no, I like
Um,
online events, and I'm glad that someone in the
mhm.
community is also like a very big, just like I mean the way I see it is if like we didn't have online events, you wouldn't get to play as much, and you're a very like you're an asset to the community as it is, right? And so like when
Thanks.
people are like, well, we know like online events suck, blah blah blah, no more webcam, blah blah blah, more in-person events, and I'm like, yeah, but then we lose people like Tessero, or we lose people that like, we lose the like a lot of that diversity and a lot of that blood that I feel like Digimon kind of was born out of,
Mhm.
you know?
I feel like Digimon grew up being used to online events,
Hmm.
considering the game basically started out or
Yeah.
came out during COVID.
Yeah, no, exactly. Oh, I agree with that. Oh, we got two champion, high level players
Oh
or
wow!
high level players in this table right now. Look at that.
Yeah, I want to stick around here.
Ah, depends on
Well,
how
I
you
guess we
feel
know
about
one of
Fen.
them is
Oh, we
Naive,
just
so
had
we'll
our
definitely see
Latin
Fenrir.
America fine. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Forgot that we
Purple
that's
Hybrid took first and second, so
yeah, they did. It was
pretty
a
good.
lot of purple. We reviewed the top 16 in I think on Monday with everybody in the stream. Uh, yeah, no, top 16 felt like it was a lot of purple. Maybe I'm crazy.
Mhm.
Purple. How do you feel about what is your take on that kind of thing? Uh,
I'm kind of mixed on it, right? Because
like
purple is
color
my favorite
diversity was the
color, so
question. Yeah.
yeah, color diversity. Yeah, color diversity is kind of I feel like they could be doing better on that. And in
Hmm.
general, I feel like a lot of colors are struggling to be in the meta at all.
Yeah.
And then like there's some colors like red that have like I think the most viable thing they can play is red hybrid, which feels like a very specific deck. That deck feels more hybrid than it is red, if that makes sense. Like it does very, very red things, but there's no like traditional standard Evo red deck
Oh,
that
100.
people is seen a
I
lot of
know
like
exactly
meta
what you
play.
mean. Like, I don't consider, like, maybe this is probably a wrong take for a lot of people, but I don't consider Imperial blue. I consider it Imperial,
Right.
right? Like, it's got a lot of green in there. It does green things. It does blue things. It's just Imperial to me, right?
Hmm.
So I kind of, even if people would have disagreed, like, your logic it's kind of similar logic regardless.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I kind of like there's a part of me that agrees with the sentiment of like maybe color diversity should be something a little more prominent, a little that should get a little bit
Hmm.
more focus. But at the end of the day, like different decks are still different decks, right? Like if it's two purple decks but one is seven demon, like our NA finals, right? It was two purple decks, and I think the like in
Two
general
very
top
different
four was
ones.
a
Yeah.
lot of, but they were like it was like four different purple decks, right? Like, and they were all
Hmm.
playing very different cards. Like how if you wanted to hit purple, for example, like what would you do? None of those four
Yeah.
decks share any card except maybe like calling, which is already at one. Maybe
Unless you count
checkmate.
like Levia and Lord Knight both play the dogs, and you can
Right.
probably there's a good argument for hitting at least one of the dogs, either
One of the
Dobers or
dogs. I think
Bex.
the level 4, if like if we're
I,
going down that conversation, I think the Dober X is the
oh yeah, yeah.
true. Unless we want to go crazy and hit proto form, the level 4 dog is probably the
I have a
most.
feeling they won't hit Protoform. I think they want to keep that around as like a generic thing.
Hmm. So now we got
But
birds
speaking of
versus
red,
Red Knight.
birds. I almost forgot that birds was a deck, and that's a red deck.
I think it's probably the best red deck. If we don't count red hybrid, Birds is probably the best red deck. It's between this and Gallant now,
Yeah.
and depending on how we feel how Gallant is doing, and we haven't had any
That's
events
true.
to
Yeah,
prove
Gallant
it.
is catching up.
Yeah, we just haven't had any events to prove Gallant. I guess we had Latin America, and we soon will have Oceania. I think Oceania is next in terms of.
Yeah, Oceania's next. That should be this weekend if I remember correctly.
So we'll see
But
how
yeah.
Gallant performs there.
I guess
and then we have Worlds.
Red was a bad example for me, but to be
I
fair,
still understand your
Birds.
point. You're good.
Birds is like less popular. It's around, but doesn't see that much competitive play. And Gallant is just basically just starting. So up, if you're talking about Nat's format, you know, then yeah, it was definitely mostly purple, and the only red stuff was mostly just red hybrid. And there are certain colors that like have it worse. Like can't get worse than green. You know, find a deck that's in green that's
Green,
meta.
dude. I mean, there's Tyrant trying to, like, every color has like that one deck that's trying to sneak it up. Like yellow has Domini, green has Tyrant, red has red hybrid, maybe Birds too, or like if we're talking NA Nats. Now Gallant's creeping up for sure. It's just, it is a lot of blue and it's a lot of purple. It just depends on how you feel. Like I know you traditionally are very, I am a purple player. I play every purple deck, etc. etc. But I've never been someone of that mentality. I've always been like, I just play the Digimon I like, right? So if I like Fenrir and I like, Beals, to me, those aren't two purple decks. That's Fenrir and Beals. So it just kind of depends on how, like, you really want to take a look at the cards in front of you, I guess.
I feel, but that's sort of like how I became a purple player in the first place, because my favorite Digimon obviously is Wizardmon, and he was initially purple. They keep putting him in yellow for some reason, but I also just in general sort of just fell in love with the way purple played back in the day. I mean, even now, but still, it's like I started with purple because Wizardmon was there, and then I just sort of like came to prefer the play style that purple tended towards, with a lot more, with a lot of draw discard, a lot of like gain value off deleting your own stuff. Just the generic purple stuff I became just a fan of because of that.
I just wanted to play Lobomon. I'm gonna be real. Lobomon and Garurumon, that's all I wanted. And they turned out to both be blue, and I was like, all right, bet. That's it. That's like, I don't, like, beyond that, like, I play Fenrir too. I was like, all right, time to buy some purple cards, because it's like, I just want to play Fenrir, man. Cool dogs. That's it. I'm definitely a dog player.
Scramble to evolve for 2 into Saberdramon's kind of hot.
Yeah, swing into the Tyrant.
Into the Tyrant, yep.
Play
and then
the
drop a tamer.
Christie.
Yeah.
Christie to give it on deletion, so now this thing will have...
That's a threat. If he deletes that with like Takemi Kazuchi, he can go, what was it, on deletion, play BO, and then if it's the BO that warps into Garuda, you can go into Garuda Ace and then pop Blocker, which plops, Luga, you get Blocker from the Tamer.
Yeah.
So that by itself is just like, stonewalls a lot of what Fenrir's trying to pull off, because it's like that's a trap.
That's a lot of, that's actually funny you mentioned that. That's a big thing people are talking about for the new dual Tamer for Fenrir. It missing the inheritable blocker suddenly, like, now, like, that's a nerf on Birds. Like that is a conversation I've had multiple times now.
Yeah. Because I remember I made a tweet not too long ago saying, damn, this new Tamer for Fenrir, just for the existing Takemi Kazuchi deck, is crazy. It does so much.
Right.
I can count the amount of times I even actually used Blocker Inherit from the old Tamers on one hand, counting starting from BT14.
Yeah. And now, because it's end of turn, right? Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, no, never mind. But I feel like there's some spice with the end of turn shenanigans, potentially. Or like, or not the end of turn, it's when you play, right? Or when you digivolve, you can tuck the timer.
Yeah. There are shenanigans you can do with that. So one thing you can do, right, is when your Fenrir drops Kazuchi,
you put the tamer under Kazuchi, right?
Under the Kazuchi, and when they DNA, you'll have 2 tamers for double alliance.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Speaking of which, since we got it on the board, Fenrir, like, how do you think, how does Fenrir evolve with all the new stuff announced, right? Looks like we're frozen. We're freezing at table 1. Maybe we shouldn't be at table 1 anymore.
Maybe we could probably start moving around a bit.
No, we're good. Maybe.
Okay. Maybe he was just thinking. Maybe he looked frozen for a second there.
They both look kind of frozen for a second. But How does the new stuff is really like? How does it help evolve the Tamagotchi playstyle? I feel like the rookie is nice. Like probably gonna either
Hmm.
replace Uko or at least exist in the deck somehow. And then
Absolutely.
the level for me, the level 4 is my favorite card. When I played BT 1415 Fenrir, Fangmon was
Fangmon,
traditionally my
yeah.
favorite card, and that guy is just better Fangmon to me, and I'm like so excited for that card.
Yeah. It is, but it comes down to whether or not you need to include it.
That's fair.
Um,
The
there's like
none,
I guess one of the main reasons you don't run Fangmon anymore is because the new Solgar can't play it out.
right.
But I feel like in general, because the deck has been fine without it, then it might just be fine without it, right?
Yeah.
Just be good at managing your resources, right?
Hmm.
That sort of thing. And I guess like the big advantage is that like, oh, what if you can't find Soul and he gets checked in security? Then
Yeah.
that's a big advantage. But in general, I think the existing Lugars already do quite enough
Quite
for
enough.
you.
Plus, they give you
So
the
you don't
extra
really,
memory or the discard or the
yeah,
DP. They do a lot. No, for sure.
they do a lot. So I'm more excited about like basically almost every other part of that line.
Oh, even the
Even
5
to an
with Raid.
extent, even the 5, yeah, that one has some niche plays,
Hmm.
very niche plays, but I think they can come up, particularly because the new Tamer tucks under on when you play a Digimon, you can tuck it under as you play that Solgar,
Yeah.
and then his effect to discard to, what was it, gain raid, is also on play. You can use that to discard Skull Baluki,
Is that how it
and then
goes? I thought it was.
it's on
Never.
play or on Evo.
Oh, on play on Evo,
Discard
and
a card.
then you put the tamer under to
Yeah.
what was it? Delete a 6K or something? Or am
You
I?
just put the Tamer under to have the Tamer under because you need it. Because then you
Right,
use discard Skull Baluki on play, you go into Fenry, you make Take Mikazuchi
right.
on an empty board just by hard playing the
Right.
the Solgar. Obviously you're gonna miss the unsuspend, so it's gonna be very specific. You
Mhm.
can use that to like say if you put your opponent to like 1 or 0 security and they cleared your board and you have like no other way to like clap back, then that could be a way to clap back.
Right.
Um,
Do
and I
you
think that's
compl-
kind of a niche play, so people might not actually do that.
Right.
But that's like something. Everything else in the lineup is also just amazing. The search, we have a new Kazuchi that has
I
a
was gonna say
recover in
that.
here
Do you
instead of
replace
minus
the new
8k.
Kazuchi? Because I feel like you do. The new Kazuchi might replace
Yeah.
the current one entirely, if not.
Um, almost. I was gonna say that you would,
Mm-hmm.
but then I played into what was it, Gallant recently, and then I realized, oh
The
yeah, if
minus 8K
Gallant,
still nice.
no, yeah, because the Gallant evolves and swings, that's plus 8k to them, so they're gonna reach. That's plus 8k, so that's 20k already. That's already bigger than minus 16,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they have any more DP boosts, like say from, um, what was it?
Inheritables or
Not
any
inherit.
other
That's not
on
inherit.
Evo like the level 4 can
Yeah,
do
the on
it.
Evo, the level 6 on
The
Evo.
level
If you
f-
don't delete, gain 3k DP,
the level 5
right?
as well does it.
Hmm. In which case you will need the minus 8k to clear the Gallant.
Right.
Um, but I think that's like the one scenario. In every other scenario, you'd rather have the recovery. And even particularly, I ran into a scenario where I had it where the opponent got me down to 0 security, and I need you need to use the one attacking twice to attack for game, right?
Yeah.
So the one recovery you get from evoing isn't going to be enough.
Right.
But on top of all of that, it evolves off of purple for 4. So unlike old Kazuchi is always a brick that you just want to discard. New Kazuchi,
Has some
at the
play
very
there.
least, you can evolve into
Mm-hmm.
and stun opponents' tamers and stuff to help
Evolve into
stall
that
purple hybrid.
if you find the Fenrir off of the draw, play it. Like some I could see some
Yeah,
good stuff.
exactly. Yeah. You evolve into the Kazuchi, stun some cards, wait a turn. It has fortitude, so even if they remove it, it can stick on board, and then you can just go hard play Fenri, make Takimi Kazuchi.
And then with the new
So I
tamer, he
think,
puts himself in anyway. So then you got Takamika right there.
yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
exactly. So I feel like all that is just like
What about the
there's like
ace?
more advantages
How
than
many aces you
disadvantages, but I
thinking?
think as long as Gallant X stays prevalent, we have to at least consider sticking some of the old Kazuchis in.
Right. No. And the ace? Do you think the ace has some weight to it, or is it just too much to put into the deck that needs so many pieces to work?
Yeah, I think that's like a tech that you just don't have the space for.
Right. I kind of agree.
Maybe if like decks get so much more aggressive that you'll need that extra defense. But the deck does so much fine just by playing like do nothing until you have it turbo, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to call it. Finding the Garuda X off of the Biomon start of main here kind of grows. It's pretty much, I think Birds wins this game off of a board like this. Fenrir is not going to be able to catch up for the most part as long as the memory's controlled. I mean, Scramble's nice, but I guess we could, worst case scenario, we're passing over 4 memory if they have exactly Luga, starter deck Luga or BT14 Luga into another AG, but not having the Baumon might be too much for them.
Does he have a scramble established back there? Yeah.
Yeah, he does. That's what I'm saying. So this turn, like the most memory.
Yeah, so I think
Fenrir
Birds
could
need to
have-
kill this turn, or otherwise Nais could potentially have a comeback turn on his next turn with the scramble plus tamer already on board.
Mhm.
But if he was missing it before, he might still be missing it. And what was that, like, how many cards do you have in hand? Like 4 cards
He's
in
only
hand?
got
That's
4
kind of
cards.
rough.
Yeah, he discarded.
It'd
off
probably
the-
have to be something like, God.
You would need exactly 4. I don't know how the trash is set up because we were talking, but he would need exactly 4 and the 5 in hand, and then well, if he was running the new level 4, he could pick it back up. Funny that, but I just don't think it's enough memory. Do you think it's enough memory to do all that? I guess if you're running the old level 4, you go into the new soul. That's 2 memory back. You keep turn going to 6 anyway.
Yeah, because we are running the old level 4. It's right there on top of the trash.
Yeah.
And that's literally why, like, one of the reasons why I love running BT14 Lugar and Lugars in general over the Daruga engine.
The memory
is
comes
because
up.
of this ability. Yeah, the memory comes up, the ability to go like, play Luga of Scramble, evolve into BT14 Lugar, evolve into Solgar, and gain back 2 memory, so that I can still go into Takemi Kazuchi without needing Balmon.
We found our opponent's Kazuchi forum. That's a little rough.
Yeah. If that was what we was missing, again, I also wasn't paying attention to what he had discarded at this point. If he doesn't kill him on this turn, he might have the game here. He might have a potential to make game.
Oh, going into Garuda, that's a little rough. We get to play. I always forget her name.
Akiho's not bad here because if he has a sort of any on deletion play out a guy, he can give it rush to potentially get lethal.
Another X would be huge too.
Yeah.
Which he might. I mean, we've gone through a lot of the deck. A second one is completely out of the question. Yep, here we go. Draw another card.
The Lycosaurus is probably the biggest sad thing because he could have been getting extra bodies.
We're going to pick up the Phoenix.
You might just go into Phoenix here and then just swing passing turn. I mean, if you can get rid of 3 security here by doing that. Ooh, actually, nope. Yeah, that might like lock it in by itself.
Yeah, I agree.
Medieval Gallant stops the it kind of shuts down the scramble comeback.
Oh yeah. Now with only 3 memory too. That's so rough. Oh, this card's so good, man. This is so great. I think this might be the card that brings red back, Maybe green too. We'll see.
I'm thinking you might have to scramble anyway, because I'm thinking of like, what can you do here? One thing that comes to mind is Helgar, but Medieval kind of shuts down a hard slam Helgar here, unless he activates Scramble now to try to force him to waste the once per turn early. So it might be activate Scramble to play out the Luga to force him to early activate the Medieval, and then he can slam Helgar, gain back memory off the overflow because Garuda Ace is underneath it.
Yep. And then, so that play is a little cheaper. You'll choke your opponent to 1 because none of these are memory setters on board. Oh, wait, you choke your opponent to like 2 because Analog Youth would trigger.
True. He did not play the Lugamon down. I feel like that's kind of risky because I feel like you have to at least remove something off this board. Otherwise, you might risk just being dead next turn.
I agree. I think that was the play.
But I guess maybe if he locks to 1, maybe he doesn't have like a level 6 he can go into that does that. Because it's like, how does he kill next turn? Since he doesn't have like Because he locks to 1. I mean, he'll gain 1 off of one of his tamers, but he might not be able to evolve into a level 6 without passing turn. And I feel like most of his other level 6s, would be how he gets lethal from this position, especially without the lack of anything like Sora to give him free bodies.
I agree. There's actually no way to get any alliance value here out of like a non-rush buddy. We're gonna gain 1 memory off of Akiho.
Because if I remember correctly, it's 5 to evolve into
the Blitz X. Yeah.
X. Ooh, wait, I can see a line. He can go, if he has one, scramble into Phoenix, and then protoform into Phoenix X for 1, and then gain back 1 from, like, if that's the correct Biomon. That's hard to tell what inherits those are.
Gain 1 memory off of losing a security. I see what you're saying, yep.
Yeah, is that what that Biomon does? Gain 1 memory when the security is lost?
I think so. I think, yeah, because that's the starter. That's the BT-15 one. Oh, it's AG security.
It is. So yeah, so if it's exactly like, I mean, he's gonna gain that memory anyway since he's swinging right now. But like I said, it could have gone scramble for Phoenix, protoform into Phoenix X, swing, gain back a memory.
I'm trying to Wings of Love.
Here we go. Yeah, Wings of Love. So I was talking about no Sora, but it looks like we actually are gonna have Sora here.
Sora's huge.
So the Wings of Love is going to drop the Sora, and then he can activate Sora effect to then drop a free anything pretty large since he got the opponent down to 1 security, which then he can probably give Rush to either via Akiho or via another Garuda X.
Shouldn't he be at 3 memory? When a card is removed from your opponent?
Oh yeah, I think I forgot to gain memory off of that.
Now. Okay, yeah.
Yep, he's getting it now. Yeah, if he plays Garuda Ace or something, maybe he can like drop back down that Sora to get like activated again somehow.
Oh, Biomon, bring back Christy, go into Garuda X, get another rush body out.
Draw. And then he gets to play the okay, and that's good too, because then he also has the deletion trap I mentioned earlier, though in this case he has way more targets besides it, so just delete something else. But he is establishing the deletion trap. Yeah, he gains Rush via Garuda X, I think.
Oh, delete.
Or Akiho, either one can do it.
Oh, we're gonna play
him dying here is massive because now he gets to get the lethal.
Oh, that's so busted. That was sick. I think they had it either way. No, maybe they didn't. Did they need that rush? I think they could have gotten another rush play there, maybe. I'm not sure. It dying. Did they have to die there, or was there another route for Garuda? Because you swing with the Garuda. If it doesn't die, you Garuda X, play something else out that gets rush, and then you win. If you have the third Garuda X, I guess.
How would you get another body out via the Garuda X is the question. Because Garuda X doesn't play out anything, it takes back bodies, which triggers the Soras.
Right, and we didn't have... Oh, I thought we still had a Sora because of the Wings of Love, I guess not.
No, because he used the Wings of Love to play the Sora and then immediately activate the effect, bring it back to hand.
Right. Oh, because we went into the Garuda that doesn't play another Tamer. Okay, yeah.
You went into the Garuda that plays down a 3-cost Tamer, so you used the replay Christie.
Yeah.
Which still got him there because it played out the Biomon that gained Rush via the Akiho. But like if it didn't hit anything that kills it, then you might have had to find another way. I guess technically, these decks do not play Omni Ace. Or I mean Omni Blitz Omni.
No, they don't really have room for that.
Yeah, I figured. But that could have been it.
Oh, yeah, you're just right. Garuda X doesn't get us there. Maybe I don't see another way. It had to be Sora, and we just couldn't find Sora.
Oh, we can't see his hand, so maybe he had something we just didn't see. And I'll admit I don't play birds, so I don't know every line.
Oh yeah, no, it's a lot of lines for them.
Definitely feels like the kind of deck I would play though, because it has those aspects, those purpley aspects that I like about purple in it.
Yeah, you're playing things from trash. You're cycling resources. I think you play with your hand more, which is interesting. Like the
Yeah,
actual.
finding those. I also like those moments where you have to find lethal in the most obscure ways.
Yeah. No, you've been.
Standard starts here. What do we got from Nice? What's his opening?
Red Luga.
Red
Oh,
Luga
yeah,
for
choosing evil
1.
for
So is he gonna
1.
go analog to pass turn then?
Level 4 to
No, he's
pass
going to
turn.
go to pass turn. Okay. Yeah, because sounds like his hand is not looking good. Doesn't sound like he has any searchers. So if he didn't pass turn here, he might be forced to like
Just set up
pass
a
the 3,
Hellugar
and he
next
didn't want to
turn.
do that.
Yeah.
And that Lugar is not that bad going into initially, because at the very least, he has when attacking draw one, discard one. Could
No
potentially
filter.
just cycle into finding pieces that he needs.
Oh, Biomon's attacking.
Ooh,
Fine Castle.
nice. That's some pretty decent pickups here.
Right. What
Though
am I
at this point, it's
missing?
like, ooh, which one do you pick up? What one? Like
Hell?
the good Lugas are good to have. Yeah, I figured it would be Hell because
It
it's
makes
like
sense
now
for
he's
it
in a
to be Hell.
position.
Because now you can
Yeah,
guarantee answer anything on board next turn with the attack.
yeah, exactly. You can attack over the Biomon and delete whatever else,
Mm-hmm.
or just in general, just get the cycle. Yeah.
I think that's what I
The
would
lack
do
of
as
an
well.
analog is sad, but like I feel like he's probably already playing as if that was going to be the case.
Mm-hmm. So just attack
Swing.
probably into the BO like we just unless we don't want to trigger the on deletion. I guess no Sora on board is fine.
Yeah, I don't think you care that much about the on deletion, just let some recur up Biomon here.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
He
discard
is
Kazuchi.
instead going to discard. Okay, that's fine too because that gets into the trash, and then he doesn't actually need to Balmon here unless.
And you hell
Yeah,
anyway,
because it looks like he wants to just pass turn here on the Hell because if he evolved into the Hell via Balmon, he keeps turn off of the Lugar inherit, and he doesn't want to do that here
If there
because he
was,
doesn't
I
have
mean,
the
if there was a
analog.
turn to put your opponent at more than one here and try to overextend in some way, like maybe end your turn on playing a 3-drop AG or something, this would be the turn to do it just because you're choking. Oh, we're going to go into the Hell.
Yeah.
Or is it Soul? Oh, no, it is.
Yeah, we're going to the Hell.
I guess this does set up Scramble for later. That's I think that's one of the things people struggle with Scramble is just like I think it's kind of it tends to be better to just kind of use it earlier so you get the secondary effects
I've
sooner.
been in that scenario. Ooh, he plays it. Ooh, I kind of like this because now he threatens that Lugamon on the board after also clearing the board and giving him nothing to like work with. So that next turn, depending on what he's drawing here, that Lugamon could just pop off. No Balmon effect, but he could still like do quite a few things with it. Maybe even go into another Helluga.
If we got AG in hand, we get there. Like it just sets that up for us really cleanly.
Yeah, exactly. Which is just free value, even if you aren't popping off that turn.
This is what I'm saying. Like clearing the body, no body in the back. You can afford to give your opponent a little more. I don't think we were really needing to choke to one.
Yeah. Anyway, I like that point you made about like playing scrambles early. I definitely struggled with doing that, and I kept like, there's definitely multiple moments where I like have to hit myself because like, oh man, I wish I played this scramble earlier because they hit the combo piece I need in security, and if I activate scramble, I could have grabbed it back.
Yeah, or like it's stuff like that because it's like the other half is so powerful, like so quietly powerful for a lot of things that like I feel like sometimes it's worth it to use scramble at cost, right? Just go into a level 4 that evos for 2 just to establish scramble on board, force your opponent to play, like just force your opponent to make the decision to play into scramble or not by leaving a Digimon on board, and just stuff like that. Just having it on board is such a priority, or can become such a priority for players right now.
Looks like Nice is finally finding his good Lugas because he evolved another one in the back. But the bird player did just play a Sora, so he is kind of set up to do potentially some nutty stuff on his own turn.
Ooh, and a Garuda X in trash now. Speaking
Interesting
of
that he decided to evolve there before swinging. I guess this does get the Tyranno into the trash for himself for later. Yeah, because now we can
play
bring it
off
back
of the
with
9 castles.
with the castle, so it can help him search for pieces that he might be missing. And since he already discarded the
Kazuchi, we are not worried about
Kazuchi,
it. Yeah.
Okay. There's a spicy tech there that you
Ooh,
showed
old
me when we
Fenrir,
practiced
yeah.
earlier. Old Fenrir. You kept that in so that he can, or you put that back in so that he can, like, if opponents are trying to stop OTK by leaving bodies on board that you're forced to delete with Solgar,
You can play the
then you
other
can
Fenrir,
punish him
right?
pretty hard with the Fenrir, old Fenrir.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. All right,
Okay,
Biomon,
Biomon
search,
effect
make it through to
search.
X.
Ace.
Yeah, Ace, sorry.
Yeah, if he swings into Biomon, he could potentially. Actually, he doesn't have enough memory here, or enough
Ooh, a Goonie.
to be. I don't think. Okay, that's a good one.
That's pretty strong.
Probably do that every time, right? Ooh, he's climbing up with it actually.
Interesting.
Not bad still, because if he, this sets up another tamer for him.
Yeah.
He gets the on deletion. He can go into. He could potentially go into the. Oh, he goes into the X for sure. Yeah, gets a delete the Tyranno for this.
Pick up Garuda X.
We can go to X, and then potentially he can go into Ancient Gray for 2.
Yeah. No.
Or
blitz
even
on
just
that
swing
guy.
this. He has the on deletion via Christie, right? So he can
Yeah.
float into another Biomon, make another Garuda.
Yeah.
And he kind of wants to, get the opponent's security down because your
Here we
plays
go.
kind of rely on it.
No.
Okay, so he's instead deciding to try to floodgate him out with the medieval.
Yeah.
Not bad. Again, this stops Scramble from playing a body because he then gets the lead off of it.
Yeah.
And it makes things awkward for Solgar because now if Solgar doesn't immediately Baumon climb up,
Mm-hmm.
there's a window of opportunity for the medieval to delete a body.
It also turns off Hell Lugar plays, right? Is something I think. No, I guess it depends. You can't just hard play
It turns off hard play Hellugar
Mm-hmm.
because you delete it prior to him going to end of turn.
Oh, found our tamers. Nice.
Yeah,
Well,
he found
Fenrir.
he found Tamer and he found Solgar if he wasn't already having that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pretty good analog youth.
So now next turn is kind of guaranteed for I think we still don't have 7 in trash, but with this many with all the searches we've done, I think at this point we just have it in hand. Is a good chance we just have the level 7 in hand. So at that point, I think it's kind of guaranteed that next turn Fenrir can just have the combo with Scramble, because if we're for some reason missing level 4 or whatever piece we're missing, Scramble's going to take it back for us.
And gonna search again. So if he doesn't have
and there's 7
Taki
okay, so
Mikazuchi, then it is. So I believe he should have every piece at this point then. Unless he was missing both Taki Mikazuchi and another level 4 to go into, in which case this pickup would be pretty sad.
No, it's fine, right? Because you can pick up 7 here, and then Scramble gets you
Scramble the other,
back.
yeah. Yeah, I didn't pick up the Taki Mikazuchi, so it sounds like he already had it.
Yeah.
But he is gonna lose his Tyranno for free.
Oh, there's the Takamika there as well. Off the Tyranno, the pretty one as well. The SP, look at that.
So I think the big thing I might be concerned about is I think the talking about earlier. Bird player can play anything small to make it so Solgar is awkward here. And the opponent is at 4 security, so he kind of needs an extra body to alliance with to actually get the OTK from this position.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any castles established either.
So there's no like cheeky body we can get out.
Yeah.
Scramble's not gonna get you a second body because of Gallant.
Exactly.
Now we can bring Gallant Ace, which
true.
Doesn't not.
I think it's anytime that Gallant Ace would be actually prevalent.
Yeah.
He should be removed by Takemika prior. Okay. Ooh, so this is interesting. So he did not put any bodies down for him to potentially stop Solgar from plopping a body. So I think Nais might just have game here. Because I don't see what could potentially stop him.
Right. Oh, I agree.
From, unless I'm wrong here. He has an analog youth, but he should have the memory to deal with it because of Lugar pull out, pull in. The Christie on deletion is gone. The only other on deletions do I see here? What other on deletions we have to worry about? We have Trash of Security. What does the Garuda do?
We really have. Right. Gain of memory. Not that memory matters too much. We don't even use Scramble. We don't even.
Sora isn't all turns, is it? There's no way Sora is all turns. Oh, wait, that could be a concern actually. Sora is all turns, so the
Yeah.
on deletion Yokomon to grab back a card can activate Sora to drop Garuda Ace and then delete him off him having blocker. So that is
I
something
think he has
that
too much
Ayus has to
security
worry
for that
about.
though.
Yeah, but he trashes one from the Garuda
Takamika.
X Inherit.
Right. So he'll trash.
We're going down to 3. So how
I
much
think he
would
still
that
has
be?
too much security. Maybe I think he has too much
13k
security for that.
minus 6 is that's 7k. Yeah, I can play
But
a
he'll
7k.
heal one,
and
right? So he'll be at 4, so it's -8.
Ooh, you're right. He would heal one.
Yeah.
So that might actually be a concern then. So yeah, there might be nothing unless we're missing something. Maybe he should have swung maybe he should have swung the medieval for that reason then, because if he swung the medieval and it didn't die, he might actually keep himself at opponent at the security level to guarantee the effect.
Yeah. Maybe I'm because Garuda X is Garuda Ace is what, 8k, 7k? Maybe it's smaller.
I believe it's 7, if I remember correctly.
I think it is 7.
Yeah, it's 7. Yeah, so they only needs to be missing 2 security to make Garuda Ace pop from Sora effect. I'm surprised he swung, but I guess maybe 13, he wanted the draw. Because I think because of medieval, you kind of have to go full climb into Takemika.
Yeah, no, for sure. We can't afford to let the pause happen. Which I mean, unless we didn't draw 6, which would be crazy. Oh no, we just discarded the 6 right there. Never mind. We were just deciding what the second.
You should have everything here.
Yeah. Deciding what the second discard should be.
What's also hot is he evolved into BT14 Lugar, so if he tries to end turn off of the analog, yeah, he just goes gain 2.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Oh, Bellucci. Alright, play the Tyranno to finish the effect. Gain 2. Right. Tyranno effect. 2, 4. Grab Tamer, grab.
Skull Bellucci could be for some
just to get
shenanigans here. He can evolve it in. He can use Bellucci to evolve over the.
He used it to discard another. I guess it doesn't genuinely matter. You
can evolve it over the Tyranno here just to establish the on deletion effect potentially.
Maybe a hell. Oh no, we want to play.
He's using Bellucci to do there. I think he's trying to play around an on deletion that he thinks is gonna happen. That's gonna delete his Takemika. The issue here is he doesn't have another tamer underneath the
soul.
The soul.
All right, looks like we're discarding an analog youth. One more card, AG.
Yeah, he still has the pending Baumon effect, I believe, so he can still go into into the card. Into Takemika here.
Bodies so we can alliance more. All right, now we will finally Baumon effect. Draw a card.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's thinking something's gonna get deleted here. I guess that's true, right? No, it's not true. Actually, yeah, because it's Tyranno. I guess all he had to do is not play Tyranno, then Garuda Ace won't be able to delete the Tyranno. Maybe that was like something he realized post-talk. He played the Tyranno and then realized, oh, if he on deletion Yokomon grab back a card, Sora drop Garuda Ace, delete the Tyranno, then he doesn't have an extra body, so then he went, oh, whoops, let me course correct real quick.
Right.
That's my assumption.
That might just have to be it. Maybe there's a 6 cost or 6 was it because it was -8, 13. So no, we go down to 5k, right? Like we can only play a 5k off of this.
He did delete the Lugar, so is there something? There's definitely another deletion effect that weren't thinking about.
So are we picking
Oh,
up
Garuda on deletion, delete one of your opponent's 6 KDP or less. Inherit.
so it keeps the second. So we
BT13.
keep the
Yeah,
second
so
buy
that
for
was.
the OTK. Oh, and
Yeah.
then we weren't considering playing BO to go into Garuda. Oh my god.
Off of. Oh,
We were, yeah, because
true.
the BO pounces Christie, deletes. Oh, how did we not think of that? We were just talking about this play earlier. Dang it.
Dang, unfortunate. Yeah.
No, Gallant does.
Yeah, we
Gallant
wait
does
to
not is not interruptive, Steven. Gallant is a
when a Digimon is played.
yeah,
Yes.
it's a pending
Interrupted would have been
effect that
wild.
waits for your opponent to finish their stuff.
Actually, if it was interruptive, it actually kind of not worked because if it was interrupted, it would activate before something is played, so it won't be able to delete anything. You know, if an opponent goes, I'm going to play a card, you can't delete that card because if it was interrupted, it would be before it's even on the board.
Yeah, which is really weird to think about.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
opponent has to declare that gets. Oh my god, I can't imagine the not the rule sharking, but like the like. Oh, but you said you were gonna play a card. Like how do you confirm that the player? Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I feel like there's some weirdness there that I don't want to think about.
There is when you would play effects, but those are usually the cost reduction stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to commit.
Yeah.
And there is some weird nonsense where like, oh, I'm going to activate this interruptive, but then I don't get to follow through, which means I have to like sort of undo. I don't want to have to think about the examples right now, but I remember thinking of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And we set up a second. Wait, no.
Oh, I can think of an example because Alice EX2 doesn't specify other, so you can go, I'm about to evolve this level 5, I'm going to delete the level 5 I'm evolving into.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't evolve, so I take this card I'm about to evolve into, I'm just going to put it back in my hand.
Oh, that's funny. I mean, isn't the like the Tuck 5? No, they're different. I was gonna say the code.
Yeah, that's not yeah. Ooh, this is rough. Yeah, he's hard playing it, and that's gonna activate. Oh, did he make him waste the Gallant effect already or something? Because we were talking.
No. Did we waste the Gallant effect? I didn't see. I didn't see a way. We didn't use the scramble. Did we waste the Gallant effect somehow? We don't even have Tamer on board either, which is rough. I can probably rewind a little bit.
Oh god. Yeah, no Tamer on board.
Yeah,
and he has the wrong Luga in there. Jesus.
We're gonna see.
No castle either. Is there sort of hoping the opponent swings and hits a Tamer?
I mean, sometimes that's just how you win as Fenrir, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Well, there's some rough stuff going on here. If he swings and evolves that into Ancient Greymon, that's 2 checks plus potential for Yoko deletion activate Sora to win the game.
I think they misplayed I think they rushed the Hell Lugar and then misplayed off of it. I think Nice was pretty quick with it.
Didn't respond fast enough and just went like, I'll let it through because I just let it through.
I think they didn't think about the fact that, well, I mean, at the end of the day, it isn't on deletion to delete something on Hell, right? You just don't get the draw to.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're just missing the draw to. You're right. You're right.
So either way, the Gallant gets removed. It's just, I don't know, the draw 2 doesn't happen, which maybe we didn't want the draw 2.
Fair, yeah.
Or actually,
maybe
Birds would want them to do the draw
2, yeah, so they deck themselves out faster. God, yeah, and now we're doing the Ancient just so happened to die to Takemika Insecurity, so now he gets to do his own deletion shenanigans without even having to do pass turn, on pass turn. So there's more memory to work with. He's gonna get the Garuda. God, now yeah, he gets to do Garuda shenanigans. Garuda X, bring back, play out another body for free. Could be another Garuda for him to go into another Garuda X and make this lethal.
Yeah, I think so. And that's just gonna be a 2-0 at that point.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, Garuda X. Oh, bring back Galaxy. The fact that some of these cards are so generic in terms of what they do. The only time it's like it cares about archetype is like Sora or something like the one on delete. I can't even remember which parts are generic. I know it's like when you discard off of the starter of the BT15 BO, that has to be a vaccine. But then,
yeah, but
like,
Ancient is a vaccine.
yeah, but the
but
level 4
Aguni
isn't.
isn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh.
That was
I'm
a
thinking
2-0
about how the
first.
fact that
That's
if you
crazy.
had another tamer to tuck underneath the Solgar, maybe things would have been different. But at the same time, when would you have an opportunity to tuck a tamer underneath the soul without triggering medieval?
No, I don't think there would have been an opportunity. And
Not
then,
unless it's the new tamer from BT20.
that true, actually.
Yeah.
Those are exactly the kind of situations we were thinking of.
Yeah. That would have been perfect if you had that on board. It'd just be like, cool, I'll tuck that underneath the Solgar as I evolve into
Get
it.
another
Now, when you
Takamika,
go with the
call it a
Druida
day.
Ace to
Oh,
delete it, I activate Solgar all turns and then get to still win the game, yeah, etc., etc.
oh my god, I don't want to think about that, man. At least, at least stuff like that is what kind of brings it back to the BT15, 14 hell or Fenrir, where it was about like all this sequencing and bringing back and pitching the right things at the right time. So there's some play there, and that I really enjoy. But oh man, oh that's gonna be so. If people don't like Fenrir now, boy, are they gonna have to be? Are they just getting more stuff to do what they do, man?
Yeah, if there weren't already enough cries for people to limit something within the Fenrir deck, the boosts that they're getting from BT20 will exasperate it, and I probably am not going to be a Fenrir player for much longer in that case, because they might just take it out the shed.
Take it out back.
Yeah.
Where are we? That match took a minute. Let's see how much time we got. And maybe we just go to a little break depending. We got 5 minutes left in the round. We got one table left that isn't reported. You know what? We're gonna take a small break and let Tessero go to the bathroom. Let me go to the bathroom. So see you guys in like 5 minutes, I promise. And see you guys then. You got anything to shout out real quick?
Buy the A Vault mat, code Tessero5 to get 5% off.
Ooh. That's
on
kind of
avaultstore.com.
Was it just code Tessero you said?
Tessero5.
Oh, Tessero 5. Okay, and it's 5% off for that. That's cool.
Yes.
Is it just the mat? Only the mat? Only that code only works on the mat?
I think it might work on either the
collection.
both of them.
Is there a collection with it this
collection.
time? Or...
There might be, because
I remember he had a collection for some of the other stuff. That's why I actually didn't think about this. Let's Google it. I'm gonna Google it now. What's his?
I don't know if the collection is available because I'm on the site and I can only see the 1-player and the 2-player mat pre-orders.
Okay. Yeah. So he's got the.
Either way.
Either way.
One. Tessero5 gets you 5% off.
All right. Sick. All right. Now. All right. Actual break time. We'll be back. Promise. And we're back. Round 4, table 1 again. Get to see a deck we started the night with versus a deck we saw last round. Birds versus your Marshmallow again. Marshmallow streaming. So check them out if you want to see their insight into their own deck and stuff like that. So what do you think?
Yeah. You hear what the players are actually saying, so they say a play that we missed, they can actually hear it.
Yeah, that's a big thing. That and like we just mentioned it, but that and like if the dream one day would be able to see the players' hands without giving away information somehow, like, man, I think commentating game would be so good. And like I feel like whenever I watch Nats or anything in person, I'm always like, man, if we just had a hand cam, man, the play-by-play from the commentators would be so much better.
Yeah. So it looks like we have a pass coming in, but he is like hiding behind Shoto Mother. So even he goes into Ancient here, I mean, I guess he doesn't mind because like at least he's doing this just to get the Ancient on deletions.
We'll get in.
Gets to grab back the Aguni and play down a Teamer for free. And cycle a little bit.
Oh wait, no, the game memory is if we I'm a fool.
We check security, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a different BO. It's hard to see.
I think this is the gain of memory BO in terms of inheritable, or is it draw card? It's a draw card.
Yeah. The gain of memory is the super rare. This BO is the search, and I think it has some on deletion, I believe.
I think it's on deletion draw card. One of them is on deletion.
On deletion if you have a red Tamer and player gain and memory. That's actually pretty good in combination with Ancient Gray actually. There's another little synergy that Birds and Ancient Gray just happen to have, and one of the reasons why it exists as a strategy.
I think Scrambles, like the fact that Scrambles makes the Ancient Gray and the Ancient Garuru like almost a perfect loop in themselves. Like if you scramble into level 4 and then when attacking, when digivolving into your Ancient replaces the level 4, and then the scramble will get you back to your level 6, so you just have this like pseudo loop going. It's kind of infinitely gross to me. And go into a Goonie swing. We get the Ancient. We have a second Ancient. Oh wow. Okay. Block again, I imagine.
Yeah.
This time, gain of memory. Nothing to pick up other than the hybrid, but maybe we got another Tamer to play.
I mean, I imagine that'd be the only reason why you would do this.
Hello, Curiosity. The games have been great. It's been a fun day so far. We got pretty unique matches into a finals of 2 decks we've seen today, so I can't be complaining. And they were all interesting. Like Eosmon was crazy. Seeing Eosmon actually seeing it get to do its thing. Very excited about that. All right.
Didn't play Tamer as far as I can tell, so maybe he just did that just to cycle because he's just looking for better cards in his hand.
Needs to find a way to get around Mother Shoto. I think that's like their big struggle at the moment.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're gonna get a Zwart coming down from the Dark Masters, so he can play 2 more level 5s to search another like 8 cards for some aces. Ooh, or the Apocalypse.
Wow, Apocalypse.
He's taking the Apocalypse here too.
Wow. One's
so that's always going to be a win condition, or you just use that just to activate some nasty on plays too. Mephisto, he's added that back to his hand or into his deck because he was testing this against me. I think I was playing Fenry. He was like, I took a card out that probably would have been really good here. I forgot what it was. Oh, it was Mephisto. Mephisto on deletion really messes with Fenry.
Mephisto's on deletion being what exactly?
On deletion, if deleted by an effect, you may play a Gulfmon or a level 6 Dark Master straight Digimon from your hand or trash without paying the cost. Ooh, wait, that doesn't actually... If by effect, then it doesn't actually die to... Takemika actually kind of plays around that.
By rule, yeah.
Yeah. Either way,
it's interesting. It'll die to Fenrir 7, but I guess you would just dodge it. Or Fenrir 6, sorry. But Garuda deleting the
Maybe it was a different matchup because or maybe we were talking about, because I did also play Demon Lord, so maybe we're talking about Demon Lord specifically.
I could see Demon Lords. If you just hard played it, like
Right,
you would in
yeah.
this deck.
Yeah, I think it maybe was a Demon Lord matchup because like if he has that out against like a Gudamon and a Gudamon swings and has to delete it.
Yeah.
Because we played both matchups and I forgot which one we brought up the him putting Mephisto back in the deck with.
Ooh, Digivolving into Ancient for 2. We still have a blocker though.
He does get to delete the level 5.
Going in.
He's playing on the aces this way.
Analog Youth.
Analog Youth helping him find more cards, such as more copies of Medieval Gallant.
Is that the SP as well? Jesus Christ.
I think this is still proxy, so it might be his proxy SP.
Okay. Alright, swing. We will block that. Aguni to hand. Protoform to the top. What are we recovering from Protoform? The Garuda X, I imagine.
If he takes out the Garuda X, he doesn't get the Garuda X on deletion effect, though.
Does he? Does he not? I thought the Ancient is the one with the effect, right? So you can take.
No, he's talking about Protoform, right? Protoform. Protoform's interruptive. So you remove the source before the deletion.
Right.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, we must have taken back the Aguni with Protoform. Okay.
Yep. That's something to know about Protoform is that because it's interruptive, you lose the source before the actual deletion happens, and that might matter for things like on deletion inherits or for like Analog Youth, for example.
Yeah. Oh, things interruptive will always find a way to trip me up, man. Right?
Rush on the Biomon he played for free, so he gets to swing this as well. Yeah, despite the blocker mother, he's really getting the chip in.
Off of the back of no Sora either. So I think the next go around we'll be able to play. Interesting. Oh, no Tamer again. Even with all our draws, still no Tamer to play off of. I guess our 4th Ancient. Wait. Oh, I guess we're looking for we kept it for a clean way to keep past turn. Okay.
That might have been it. Yeah.
Shadow gain 1. We'll start our turn at 2. Piedmon when attacking deletes an unsuspended, right? So the BO.
Yeah, it's a trump sword effect. That's probably why he didn't play a Digimon here, why he opted to go Tamer, so he's trying to deny Pied value.
Okay, Vikemon, anything without a source can't attack. That's really huge for...
Can't suspend, actually.
Can't suspend, yep.
Which could be massive for... I mean, it depends. I guess in this case, because he's passing over so much...
It's one or less sources, right? So even if we just hard play a 5, go into Garuda X, that's not enough.
Right. But he has enough... That's what I'm about to say, is that he has enough memory that if he does, like... activate Sora to play like a Garuda, go to Garuda X, that Garuda X can then evolve into a 6 and then get to swing. Especially if it's like, like Phoenix X could potentially just delete the Vikemon.
There's no way we gave Vikemon the blocker, right? It's always
no, it's gotta be Mother Shadow.
Because this is just a free Garuda Ace, or if it was a Vikemon on Vikemon.
Yeah. There's still so many other ways you could be deleting the Vikace, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, he evolved that? I hope he remembers he can't swing that. Okay, he's just gonna evolve it up even higher.
My friend plays Eosmon. She's crazy good with it. When it pops, it's wild. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, we've seen it pop.
Digivolve is a strong mechanic.
Yep.
No rookie
maybe one of the best viewers in the game right now.
For birds, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, he could have grabbed one back off of this Garuda X, right?
Yeah.
Unless he needed something else more importantly.
That's my first thought, because haven't done it yet. Or we haven't just like instantly evoed it yet, unless we're just not trying to deck out, which could be a concern if this drags on.
Okay, he's just activating Sora here.
Yeah.
Activate the BO. BO effect can evolve into Garuda.
Yep.
Is he not going to do that? Is that not what that BO does?
This is the Christy Damon BO for sure.
Yeah.
Ancient Greymon.
guess you chose not to.
Yeah. Ancient Greymon gain Digivolve for 2, gain 4 memory back, so we net 2 memory in this exchange.
Pretty good. Like I said, that Vikemon Ace wasn't gonna stay on board for long.
There are so many ways.
But at least the effect is lingering.
Yeah, so BO can't attack unless we do something about that. Ancient will attack though. We will block.
It's interesting to note that you can't activate Akiho to gain Rush because the Tamer was not going to have sources to suspend either. If I remember correctly, that's how that
Tamers
works.
as well? Does that?
No, it does not stun Tamers. I thought it did for a second there. Okay.
No, for sure. All right,
I don't know why I thought it stunned Tamers. Maybe I'm excited for another card. Probably would have been cool if it did.
We were... Things that don't let you suspend it. The only thing that like comes to mind is like the Deva from Fanglong. That like 2 cost or less Tamers can't suspend. It's like the only...
There's definitely plenty of cards that can stun
there's
Tamers
the Melga stuff.
But... Gesso X comes to mind because I use Gesso X in some of my decks. There's got to be something global that I must have missing it for. Oh well.
Right, but the Vikemon kind of does some work here. Not being able to attack with this BO lets us just kind of clear it for free with.
Yeah, this BO is kind of awkward here because it didn't activate the BO effect, which means it didn't replay the Christie, so it does not have an on deletion or anything. You should be able to just swing the Paidamon and delete it.
Yeah.
Unless there's something else that I'm missing. Nope, he's just choosing not to. Maybe he's thinking he might hit something in security. Or maybe there is some on deletion there that we missed.
I don't think so. I think Christie's been on the board the whole time. I mean, are we?
Yeah.
I think we just didn't want to risk because we were only Pied is 11, right? So we just didn't.
Yeah, it's only 11. Yeah, so it does die to Ancient Insecurity. Does die to Phoenix
We've already
X
seen
into
3
security.
Ancients though, but like, sheesh.
Yeah, but Phoenix and Phoenix X though.
That's fair.
I wonder if he's even on Phoenix. I don't think I remember seeing regular Phoenix out of this player yet.
There was a I think it was BT. It was the one that was in the regional packs or whatever, the one with the more red background. I think I've seen that in some of the searches, along with Phoenix X herself. Play Vikemon again to continue stunning.
Yep.
And then, yeah, Megidron. Oh man,
You thought he played 2 of them.
Man, I remember when Vikemon.
Don't forget to activate Shoto.
I remember when Vikemon first came out that I was just like, oh, Zwart can play this thing. This thing's busted. Zwart can also play 2 Hell Lugarmons. I just played like 2 Storm Swords on the same turn.
Oh, he's deleting his own Zwart for the Gigadramon end of turn effect, so that he can pass 1 less over using the Analog Youth. Yeah, and then activate Shoto. I thought he was going to forget the Shoto, but I didn't realize he was thinking about Gigadramon effect.
Yeah. Alright, so...
So that Biomon is still stuck. If he plays anything for free off of Sora, there probably will still be stuck too. Unless he evolves him twice. But this Garuda in the back that's coming from the back is not stuck. So it's free to go hog wild here, and he might go into Phoenix X after going to Garuda X, of course. Ooh, yeah, just go and grab that. Yep, that's really good. Yeah, because he also gets to pop both the. Yep, you delete the Gigadramon, evolve into Ancient, can pop the Vikemon, basically again making it.
As well, because we have the reduced. We have the Aguni back down there as well.
Gain back 2 memory, and then the Biomon can potentially evolve, so that it can swing.
Oh, we brought
and he's attacked.
So BO, yeah.
And activating the Sora. He's digging for something, maybe. Because I don't know why you would play that in specific if you weren't looking for a specific card.
I think we just have it here. I think we delete, gain 2 back. We attack. I don't think we block this.
I think you have to because it's 2 checks. No, you only have 1 security.
You only have 1 security, right? So you... Oh, and it even gets... Oh, it gets deleted. Well, my fear was like the Garuda X deletion. If you block it, you lose the security anyway. So you might as well keep the block.
True. So basically, the block doesn't matter for that card, so you keep it for anything else that he
Yeah, when
might
they
cheat
try to
out
go
and
for game.
gives a rush.
Yeah, because with six, I mean, to be fair, with 6 memory, probably can just find a way to evo and gain enough sources this turn and go for game. Looks like we're gonna play another BO. Give that BO.
Oh, that works. Yeah. Play the BO that warps into Garuda, and because the BO be underneath it, if he evolves into Garuda X, that's enough sources. But he still has the blocker, so he needs another swing after this.
Yep.
Oh, and then he plays on the Christie, which means if he does block it, it floats into another Garuda, and he gets to do it again. So this is basically game.
This is just a loop. Yeah.
It's just he just loops. No matter how many blockers you have, because they'll all just, let him loop over and over again. Yeah, Garuda X, grab back Garuda X. This is like a perfect loop other than needing more BOs and Garudas in hand. Or Garudas in hand mostly, because BOs can be played from trash.
Right. Attack. We are forced to block.
Blocks. It dies. You play out the BO, you grab that back, you evolve into another Garuda.
Yep, Garuda Ace. Draw.
Ace, yep.
Play Sora. And
play
then,
Sora.
I mean, we have enough memory to even go to just any level 6, but we are going to go into Garuda
He doesn't
Ace.
need any memory.
Yeah.
6 memory and still wins the game.
That's great. That loop is wild.
Dang, we're going to see birds take it all today?
Maybe. I mean, that looked pretty, that looked pretty convincing in the sense that Dark Masters here pretty much got to play their game plan, right? They had a Shoto. Maybe you could argue not having 2 Shotos sucks, but, I don't think there was ever an attack that was committed to that a second Shoto could have prevented via blocker. I think every body was answered even before our first mother could block. So
I'm also thinking about the fact that the bird player got pretty low in deck size. I wonder if there was ever an opportunity to deck out with the Pockly since we saw him picking up one earlier.
True. I mean, yeah, maybe that was just afraid of giving up too much memory.
Maybe
we didn't have. I don't think we had all 4 Dark Masters yet, so we don't have the maximum mill. Or I guess it depends on.
Oh, that might have been the reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going right into game 2, just immediately hatch mother plays Shoto.
Yeah, I know you're okay with it, man, but I cringe every time I see Mother Shoto. I'm just man, why does this game have to be so much longer? I just want to have fun.
Hey, I like longer games. I just think we're playing more.
I guess you have to kind of quantify what playing means, sometimes just drawing cards isn't really, Oh, it's fine. I'm just memeing. Oh, that's a whole grip of aces. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
All right.
He's grabbing the Paladin.
And that makes sense. Shadow off of that, so you can de-digivolve any potential ancient play. Oh, but we're forced to delete ourselves. Never mind. What am I saying?
No, we can delete the if you wanted to, you could delete that, but yeah, you'd rather keep that as a blocker. Not to mention that it's not a good ace threat because he keeps deleting it off of Garuda X and stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is he thinking about not blocking this, maybe? Yeah, I think you block this no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, we can loop, what, we play 3, we can play 3Ks right now, so it's not the craziest thing, but yeah, getting the Searcher double hit is crazy good. Replay Sora, or then play Christie.
Play Christie now. And then the Sora, and then on deletion effect.
From me,
ooh, yeah, I guess the on deletion effect on the BO, so the BO is basically insulated from Pied effect.
And then from there, if we have the other BO, we could potentially do some Garuda shenanigans, but I don't see us doing that quite on this turn.
I think at this point you just don't swing with the Piedmon. He's not even moving it up here, so imagine he doesn't have Zwart, because that's what I would have done if I was him, just evolve into Zwart and get that value down.
All our
aces, he's grabbing,
so many aces.
Yeah, grabbing a Vicase, trashing a Vicase, which means I has Vicase in the trash to play off of Zwart later. The Vicases have not been pulling their weights last game, so
yeah, it might be order to change our game plan.
There's Zwart.
Right.
He isn't getting to grab his ultimate Mega Digimon Synthesis though.
Alright, do we have Rookie for the back? We do have Rookie for the back.
Not hard to, since you're just grabbing the back with Yoko.
Mm-hmm. Oh, training. Oh, that's a tough choice. It really depends on what your hand is. Oh, Garuda to the bottom. I think like Garuda counts, as we saw like at the end of last game, could be very relevant
Damn.
towards the end of this game. We're just gonna hard play a Bio to end the turn.
He's just digging for. He's just getting all the hand advantage he can get.
Mm-hmm.
He's seeing his opponent just not do anything for the turn and go, yeah, guess I'll just build up my hand of crazy cards.
And go for like an ultimate play. Delete one of the
Yep.
Bios. Garuda Ace.
Yep. Now we can actually swing delete, and then we know he has this Zwart. He picked it up off the analog earlier, so he can now drop his Zwart if he wants to.
That's a lot of memory though, right? I guess 4 into 5 memory
Uh,
next turn. Plus the
No, he's
train.
fine.
It's fine.
Because, yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the opponent has a Sora anyway, so they start at 3 no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And off of this, ooh, we can play the Edamon just deletes the BO without doing much else.
I guess
But
after
yeah, he's
4
probably going to
memories,
play one of the level 5s, and the level 5s can delete the Zwart and then trigger his analog so he passes over 3 perfectly.
Oh, right. Okay.
He did that last game as well. Okay, he is dropping the Edamon here so he can remove the BO. And then we'll see if he wants to delete his own Zwart after he does a search, of course. I think that's a Medieval there. Medieval and Gargo Ace to the hand, so now he's threatening Gargo Ace.
Right.
Gargo Ace can be pretty good here too.
Shadow
Kind
Seraphi
of.
as well. Right? We saw them pick the Shadow Seraphi up.
I'm thinking about the fact that suspending his Tamers doesn't really do much for him, especially Sora, since Sora's effect is
Just on
returning to
triggered
hand.
ability. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to suspend it to activate the effect.
Same with Christy. The only one that suspends is what, Akihiro to give Rush.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Garuda
Christy
X's holding
suspended.
hands is kind of rough from the Garuda player. So 1 Garuda X to the bottom. That's unfortunate. Training into what though? What's your plan?
Probably a Goonie, right?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah, that's
so.
what I thought. He didn't even use the training. He has more than enough memory.
Garuda.
God, yeah, I can training it to go into Ancient without passing turn because he has the reduction.
Mm-hmm. Garuda
Garuda
X
X.
first. That makes sense. Delete the Gigadron.
Yeah, delete any of the level, either of the level 5s, so that he can delete the other with the Ancient.
Right. I think it's kind of the same thing here. They're deleting either one's kind of the same play. But
Yeah,
I mean,
and activating Sora gets to play another body down.
I guess to play, there's still
More
no security
searching.
damage, so we're only getting to play 3Ks. Getting another search. So many searches this game.
It's funny as I was thinking about the fact that, like, you know, he might have been able to. He was close to getting a Apocrypha game, but if he's doing nothing but search for this entire game, he might dig himself down to threaten the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
The only issue with that is that
we
I
can
think
play, but we can play around Apocrypha nowadays, right? Like just scramble. So I think, and we definitely play scrambles on the deck, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we will block this, which now makes sense. We did one check. We will trash a security, grab back a Goonie, play a Tamer. So what are we gonna play? We're gonna play. Oh, we can play Sora and then resolve the egg to use Sora again, but with that, we're still passing turn.
I was also gonna say this deck is so much more so aggressive that I don't think it's gonna get to the point where deck out becomes an option. He kills so quickly with birds. The aggro is so efficient.
Oh, it's so good. All right. We've resolved Garuda X. We've now, I guess we're gonna pick up with Sora. Now we will activate Sora.
Yoko,
we can play 7K.
BO.
Choosing BO. Going to Garuda X for another draw. Or Ace. Or just a normal Garuda. Ugh.
Yeah, because I just replaced the Christie.
What could have? I guess, yeah, we re-looped the Christie on deletion effect.
Yep, which matters here because he could have Omnizord could swing and delete a, was it 12k or less unsuspended with the when attacking.
Is it K?
So now
I thought
he
it was cost because he's a purple.
Cost. Yeah, it's cost. 12 cost or less unsuspended. That's not what I meant to say. So if he deletes this, He gets to just play another Garuda.
Oh, we're gonna go into the X so
Ooh.
we can blitz. So this will be for 4 memory. Yep.
And he just baited the block, so now he can get that into security.
This will be in total. Oh, a pocket
And it's a
first
Buckley.
check, but that's fine. That's actually
Yeah, it's
nearly
not like you have
ideal.
Sec Plus, so you're gonna delete your. Oh, you would have been able to like hold the on deletions because the end of attack would have triggered to give him the on deletion value anyway, but now instead.
But now we
Just
don't leave a
either
body
way.
on board for any kind of errant value, I feel.
No, you do because he still has the on deletion
Oh,
he
he
got from
does.
Christie. And the on deletion to play out Phoenix one from the that's already on the
But the Phoenix will delete
Hex.
Dwart, which is nice.
Yeah.
But that will pass over 2 more memory. Go Analog Youth. Yay! The Analog Youth hatch is mandatory, which is relevant here, I feel.
Yeah, but he's gonna move that up anyway if he needs to open.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh yeah, it's super relevant because he just has now the second
Yeah.
mother, so if he has another Shoto, he can have double
Exactly.
blocker. And of course,
And
here
then we
comes
play
the
BO.
Garuda loops because we established that earlier.
Alright. We did a lot of damage that turn.
Yeah, like I said, this deck is super aggressive. Huh? There's no way, I don't think there's going to be a way for him to survive long enough for deck out to be an option, even with all the searching he's doing. He has like quite a bit of memory to work with though, 6, but this deck is mostly
Just big
high,
hard plays, yeah.
Yeah, high mana plays.
6 plays is 6 cost is right in the ring. What is Edamon? Isn't Edamon 6 cost? You can potentially do 2.
Edamon is 7, yeah, so Edamon could have been a play here.
Yeah.
He's going for the Mephisto that we were talking about earlier. Trying to remember what his other effects are. And is it just the on deletion then? Yeah. If it's real from your deck, it's reduced level 6. Will be played from the hand. You can return a Apocalypse from your trash at the bottom of the deck to reduce the play cost by 3. Oh, I see. So he's
so we
using
played it
this
for
to
5,
recur
yep.
the Apocalypse down to the bottom of his deck. So now he could potentially pick it up again, and that makes it go down to a 5 cost.
Now our question would become: how do we end this turn? Do we digivolve into a 6, hard play something else, or just play another Shoto if we have? I'm sure, like at this point, we must have seen another Shoto, right? So double mother blocker.
Shoto's not bad.
Yeah.
I don't think the Mephisto threatens that many good aces here besides maybe Metal Garu Ace. I think he's on. You could just go into the Metal Garu Ace to go into a Zord if he wants to.
Metal Garu Ace. Now we have the addition of Piedmon Ace, right? That's I mean.
That's true, but I don't believe he's running it.
Yeah,
Last I checked.
I don't think there's value in running it unless you're Nightmare Soldiers for the most part, but it exists.
Yeah.
I was rooting for Gono.
We're waiting for the day for we're
getting
getting the update pack that gets us what's his name? Dark Dramon Ace. Now that's a generic purple ace that I can't wait to have.
Dark Dramon Ace? Why can't I
Yes.
think of who that is? Dark Dramon. Is that the Cyborg level 5? Wait, Dark Dramon.
No, it's a level 6 D Brigade.
Dramon, yeah.
Yes, it's a generic purple ace too. It's just on Evo on play Digi1, then delete their lowest play cost.
But that's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Probably the best generic purple level 6 ace that we've gotten.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Oguni.
Yeah, Aguni, yeah, so he Digivolved and stunned 1 source or less, but this is level 3, he just gets to climb all the way up into being able to use this. So the Vikemon I feel like is mostly stopping the Phoenix.
Play Akiho. Oh, search the Ancient if we were missing it. That's huge.
Yeah, now the Ancient can evolve for 2, delete the Vikemon. We've seen this song and dance last game.
Yeah. And we got the Cheapers. Oh, okay.
Oh.
More draw. What do we
Hold
want to
on.
bring back? Garuda.
Is Garuda X... Is Garuda X effect mandatory?
I guess so.
It is. If you evolved over a Garuda X antibody in source. That's crazy, because that's the on deletion of the Mephisto gets to activate here.
Piedmon.
Now he gets to drop the Piedmon to immediately delete it. So he probably gets some on deletion value here, but that means he doesn't have the potential to evolve into
Oh, so a little greedy there, right? We could have just gone
yeah,
into
maybe he doesn't
ancient.
remember what it does because so it who when's the last time anyone has read the Mephistomon?
Oh, but we're gonna
Ah,
suspend. Oh, that's nice.
that's kind of brutal, yeah.
We can't suspend, but we can at least delete the Vike, right?
He can suspend one of his own Digimon if he just wants to increase the deletion threshold
No, they
up
can't
to.
suspend, right?
He can't. Oh yeah, it's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
which
can't. You
means he
can't.
can't Vortex
Yeah.
and he can't Alliance.
Yeah. Are we correct here? Hold on.
Yeah, we should remind them.
Hey, are you guys still under Vikemon? All right. All right. Good. Good luck, guys. All right, we got it fixed.
Was that even enough still? I guess yeah, he could yeah, he suspended the opponent's Piedmon to increase the deletion threshold, so the deletion
Yeah, it's
threshold
plus
was
three
fine.
per, and
You
Vike's
just
only.
can't yeah, cannot Vortex or Alliance
You can't win
that
Digivolving young
turn.
guy too. Yeah.
And now on deletion or end of turn, Piedmon deletes itself to play out a new guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of awkward because none of the other demon or none of the other Dark Masters do anything, and it looks like he just doesn't play anything here.
Yeah.
Because it's like Machine Dramon Digivolves does nothing, Metal Sea bounces level 5, that's nothing, Piedmon bottom decks is suspended, that's not anything either here. Which is a little unfortunate because even just having them as like evolve fodder for his warts or something could have been something.
Makes sense. Gucci, yeah, he remember Shoto is the start of turn effect, so it's after the hatching, so we have to decide if we're hatching or not. But thank you.
Yeah.
Always keep the homies in check. I respect it. So what I mean,
Just thinking
I
here.
feel like just like other than like straight up just Apocalypse, what is what is what is this deck what does this deck do to try to win, right?
Generally
Uh,
speaking, you just
like in this
in
situation, right? Like what is our best out
in
here?
yeah, in this situation, yeah, it's not looking good, and it might just have to be continue to stall until Apocalypse can happen.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's thinking about dropping another Vike Ace to restun these two
The
level
board.
6s. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna do our
Oh
own
no,
medieval.
he's doing his own medieval. Yeah.
Okay.
You can delete this. You
And
can
then
then
Vortex.
Vortex Alliance. Yeah. He could have used that to unsuspend, but he'd rather have the immovable blocker.
Immunity, yeah.
Yeah, so this also means no piercing, and the on deletion just deletes it, which is why even more reason to not give it piercing or anything like that.
Right.
Because the on deletion, I believe, is, if the opponent has 3 or less, delete their lowest DP Digimon, right? Clears the board without him having to potentially turn in more
But the
overflow
board isn't
memory.
stunned now, right? Right? No Vikemon means this BO, like little things like this BO can attack, or any kind of rush plays are now like fully active now. Other than the fact that
Yeah.
I guess Medieval is on board, but I mean, at 5 memory, I feel like we should be able to find a way to delete a 6 memory even. Delete the Medieval before needing to go into anything crazy.
Well, then why is the medieval still on the board? I thought the Phoenix on deletion would take care of it.
Is Phoenix on deletion not what we think it is? Let's double check.
It says if the opponent has 3 or fewer security cards, delete one of their lowest DP.
Is it mandatory?
Oh, because no, because he alliance his lowest DP is the mother.
Oh, that's funny. That's pretty cool.
Yes. The alliance made
That's
him
funny.
too big. That is pretty funny.
Wait, I mean, because like it gets deleted before end of attack. Essentially, is the way that resolves. So you still
yes,
have
yes,
the alliance.
he still had the DP when the on deletion moved on, was resolving.
Yeah. Okay, that's some interesting sequencing for sure. Or rules. It's more of a rules, like knowing how everything is sequenced during the rules.
Yeah. Yeah, but no Vikemon stun, and he has a body he's gonna probably pop off here with all that memory he was given.
This is what I was kind of afraid of.
But he is, with all these evolutions, digging through his deck. His deck is looking kind of small.
I think
The
he
only
kind of has
issue
to win
there is
here.
that the Apocalypse is at the bottom of the deck. We know that because of Mephisto.
Hmm.
He does a lot of ways to dig through it to try to find it, but I think he probably doesn't have the turns to waste doing that.
What's unfortunate too is well, on the Bird side, I'm thinking Bird's player. They actually went into a Birdramon in the back in this stack, so no Ancient can come down here for free.
For cheap.
For cheap, yes, that's better said.
I think Ancient's still good here because it removes the Medieval, and Medieval could otherwise potentially throw off some game plans. Like if he's trying to, like, I don't know, play by effect another Biomon that could turn on Medieval and throw him off.
Okay, Wings of Love, play the Sora.
Okay.
Bring back a card. Interesting.
What
are we thinking? Surely we don't play it unless we play. At this point, I guess we can just.
He can grab back. He can just grab back Medieval with it. Oh my god.
All right, Wings of Love. We will
Wings of
play
Love.
Bird. Oh, and then Phoenix will
Oh
delete
my
the
god.
Medieval.
Now for real, it'll delete. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
one security, so he can play 11Ks. That's wild.
Yeah, once Birds has you low, dude, that they're just like their access to game plans is so high.
He's swinging the Garuda X. You can just block this though.
You can just.
I don't think there's
this.
that many like too scary of on deletions to worry about here. Garuda has nothing. Birdra, I think, plays a Tamer for free.
We can bring back Phoenix Mon X from trash.
Ooh, wait, no. Birdra is kind of scary here. Ultimate Chaos, so it dies anyway.
So why not block there? What inheritable are we afraid of there? What I see.
Because isn't Birdra on deletion play a Tamer?
Yeah.
Which means then Yoko on deletion bring back a guy so he can activate that effect. Play out another Digimon. Yeah, so he's going for game here, I think, but well, he still has a blocker up. Oh, this is horrible. Oh no! He's gonna do the loop thing again.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, evolve into Garuda X. It has rush from it gives itself rush. He gets to swing. He has to block. This is what he was trying to avoid, I think, by not blocking. If it lived, he doesn't get to do this.
Couldn't we have given the on deletion to the Phoenix? Doesn't Phoenix have rush due to the previous Garuda X? Or am I crazy?
I don't know. Either way, what's happening now is him just, BO looping to infinite rush attackers to get past Shoto Mother. Oh, and this still has rush apparently, you're talking about.
It had rush from the so I was just like, why not just attack with Phoenix, get the bird? I don't know. I guess it gets.
Either way, he had more than lethal. I guess is what this shows.
Yeah. So, wow. That was our finals. Birds takes the whole thing for us tonight. That's exciting.
Sure. Was this guaranteed the last round? Is this like we locked to 4? Oh yeah, 4.
Yeah, I think
4 rounds guaranteed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see, where's my?
Which means even if Moss wins his table 2 thing, they're just gonna call it here. It looks like.
Yeah, I think Fridays are always a cap of 4 rounds, especially after the Eagle has decided to increase the play time for rounds. I think it's just to avoid going past midnight is typically the goal here. But yeah, no, I didn't get to advertise a lot today because we've just been so back to back and yappy about it. But so I can do that real quick. Let's go through some of it. This has been the Eagle X ATX weekly webcam tournament, one that my guest here, Tessero, plays in almost every week. You guys see him all the time, always streaming. You got anything to say, Tessero?
Yeah, I love these events. Mondays especially, they get pretty heavy, and we get a lot of really good players, so you get really good practice doing this. I really appreciate that Eagle has these events for us every Mondays and Wednesdays or Thursdays, because I enjoy being able to just play this game online every week.
Yeah, no, me too.
And the
I think
pricing is great too, right? Winning, and you can like win a bunch of packs,
or trade
and
it
you
in.
give the option to you get the option to just cash it out instead and get it as cash. You know, there's really like no downside unless
You just don't want to play
unless you like
yeah.
EXO or don't want to play, yeah. Or
I
yeah.
know. Like I know. I enjoy it. It's definitely the webcam scene is set ablaze and alive through especially Eagle X's efforts. It's inspiring other people to try to come back. I know Kamaso is coming back. I know Eggman's dipping his toes in, and instead of Eggman's, trying to push it a little bit more is exciting. So it's just a lot of stuff. Like I know we had a down era. Like I don't even know. I think it's just times have changed and different people have kind of moved in and shuffled around. So now the scene.
Yeah, people have come and gone, and I'm just glad that we have Eagle, who's being really consistent about having these events.
Yeah, exactly. Which is just huge. Ken Sweet wins another rush. Play resisting should have swung Phoenix, so Garuda X has to be forced blocked. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that's where I was going with that play, Steven. I was just like, oh, you forced the Garuda, like what? Because what if Garuda doesn't die there? But then Phoenix X had rush anyway, so you're like, wait, no, I don't know. Either way, man.
We can, we could talk about what ifs.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't happen.
Still
there was
won.
an ultimate chaos insecurity, so it died anyway.
Yeah, no, it's just beyond true. But oh yeah, I guess you have an A Vault link. You got the A Vault 7. Was it 7 Great Demon Lords, Matt?
Yeah, might as well drop that link in the chat for everyone.
Yeah,
if anyone else is still
give me the
interested in picking this up, and don't forget the code is Tessero5 to get 5% off.
Yeah, Tessero 5. Just A Vault's store. It's the 7 demon. Is it just off of the 7 Demon Lords, Matt? I don't really. Or
actually, I don't remember. I might have to like double check if it's like a 5% off anything, or if it's 5% off the mat specifically is what the code is good for.
Okay, well.
I mean, if you want any of those other mats, there's a bunch of really cool mats available.
Oh man, I bought the Lobomon one on pre-order, dude. I was so hyped for that collection, dude. I can't wait for that to come in. I'm so excited. But with that said, I think we're wrapping up. You got any future plans? You're not a really YouTube guy, right, Tessero? You don't really post anything on YouTube. You're just a chronic
I kind of
streamer.
wish. I am a chronic streamer. The YouTube thing is just like I try to do that, but I get kind of tired of hopping into DaVinci Resolve and like staring at the editing screen.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
But I've been wanting to get back into making YouTube content, like especially I feel like we want more guides, and not just ones that are just what's the word? Guides that aren't just deck profiles, right?
All right, so like surface level, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
something that fully explains
like matchups and combo lines and stuff like that.
I think the thing that makes that kind of video hard is just like if you just did it raw off of your webcam on a mat, for example. Like you can just be like, in theory, pretend your opponent has this and this, and I do a line. But something you have the advantage of is through streaming, you have a lot of like in tournament examples of lines you could potentially do with some of the decks you play. So I think that's something you could leverage particularly a lot if you decide to go that route yourself. It's just like a live, like look at it in practice. Look what I did here. So that'd be very interesting if you could pull that off or find the time to do something like that.
And I guess one other thing about YouTube is that probably what I should be doing is just double streaming. Isn't that thing we can do now? Is just stream on both platforms at once?
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I do it sometimes. It's just one of those things where it's like, no, I should do the opposite as well. I tell myself like, why not just go on Twitch as well and just be on both. It's just, and at the end of the day, it's just like everyone just kind of converges on one chat anyway, and then. Your base is just.
I mean, if it gets me more viewers, just more platforms, more people, more eyes, then that's a big up.
Yeah, no, and it's easy. It's just one button. At least the way I have it set up, it's literally just one button. So it's not.
I haven't had it set up yet, so I just need to get done.
But I want to start typing up guides. Nosy face. Typing up guides.
Yeah. When it comes to guides, it starts with writing a script, right? Because there's.
Oh, right.
because I can imagine in my mind like what I want to do for like a Fenrir guide, but it would be really long because there's a lot to talk about.
Well, that's when that's like you see that like I guess we're drifting a little bit, but in my mind that's like instantly like it's like what the One Piece scene kind of does is that they have like a lot of written guides. Granted, a lot of them are behind Patreon paywalls or whatever you want to call them, behind Patreons and behind some kind of like coaching tutorial app or something like that. So, but like the written guides are something definitely that card game players see a lot of value in, and there is a market out there for that. So that could be another route you could attempt, especially since something like Fenrir would have so many lines and stuff.
Yep.
But that being said, I mean, it was great to have you. I'm excited. I'm excited that you said yes. I'm happy. I'm giggling. You've got a lot of fans out there as a pure purple player. I know so many people that are like, I mean, either they brag about playing you or brag about beating you, and you're such a popular guy. Like, I just want you to know, like, so many people in the Miami scene, like I know you because of them, kind of thing. Like, was it Brito? Brito loves you. Magna Timmon loves you. Like,
You're guys.
You're a sight to be.
Well, in that case, if you ever, anytime you want to invite me back on again, I should be up for it because, a lot of my own content has been focused on just, playing the game and, doing it, every week after week. It does get a little exhausting. There are times where I wish I could just take a break, and I'd love to just
changing the pace.
Do that. Just change my pace, not do a tournament, and instead just commentate it a couple more times.
100%.
So anytime you want me on again, just hit me up.
You're beyond welcome to come back. The only thing I've been doing is trying to get through everybody I can before we start revisiting. But no, I would 100% you're invited back, man. But we'll wrap it up tonight. Just remember, guys, like I said, every Monday, every Thursday, come join these events. These weekend events or these weekly events are great. Or just come watch the stream, man. Subscribe for $2 or become a member for $2. Enjoy some emotes, and we're just gonna wrap it up for the night. Good night, guys.